G2 Hell still hasn't gotten a win. Blue Whites and Rich Gang still on top. Oh, I don't think I missed anything.
Welcome back, bud. You've kind of not missed anything, Cardivis, in your week's absence. Welcome everybody to the NLC Division 2 broadcast. Practice Brit, Cardivis here as well. And we got 5 more games today of Division 2.
Five. It's the first time we've had 5.
I know, right? We have done some superior organizing today. But I mean, let's run it on down. Starting off, we've got Unique versus Fourth Wall coming up first. Then we've got Garden Gaming versus G2 Hell, Cows versus K5, Ruze versus 42, and then Rich Gang versus Blue Whites, the title bout at the end of the day. That'll be brought to you at, that's 9.
It's late. 5 games is late. A lot of League of Legends, but
if you stick around, kudos to you. We won't be here for all of that. But first things first.
Unique versus Fourth Wall. So from what I've seen, Unique, while they were on a rise, they did drop their previous game. I think yesterday they did play a game that they did unfortunately lose. So they are in a pretty must-win situation if they still want to make playoffs.
Yeah, they did lose to Chaos yesterday, as you say. But, I mean, on paper, Fourth Wall, we kind of write that down as, we'd have like a very lightly penciled in W in the Fourth Wall column. But I did see that a couple of things have changed in your absence, and Fourth Wall has changed in your absence. Warrior out and Fluffy in. Fluffy coming in from Turkey will be joining the squad. We need to see, obviously, how his arrival affects the team. Could this be an angle for Unique to take a win off a higher team? Quite possibly.
Yeah, and what it's going to heavily affect is the play style of Fourth Wall. They've been heavily playing this front-to-back standard team comp that you have the front wall, you have the utility coming in from the jungle and top lane, while you put the AD carry on hyper carry duty. Pipey has been performing on Jinx and Aphelios really, really well, but Fluffy, way more carry-oriented when it comes to his champion.
We're already getting on into draft, as you see, Unique, after taking that loss to Chaos yesterday, 4-6 right now. A lot of bans towards the mid lane. Twisted Fate is certainly something I'm not surprised to see gone. I'm interested to see if we see more Smolder priority this week. Smolder, of course, we're still on 14-3, which means Smolder in, and due to a continuing bug, Nico still out.
Yeah, and Smolder, one of those heavy priority picks, I think, coming in for Division 2, allows you to play for that scaling play style and bring some of that really, really annoying long-range damage-based long team fighting that all of these teams love to play. However, Maokai is higher on the priority list.
I mean, until Maokai, gets 50% of the, an extra 50% cooldown on his ult or something, I think people will still play him. He has been around since the dawn of time and will continue onwards. Looking forward to potentially seeing the Smolder, as you were saying. I mean, it's not surprising that dragons scale, but we are looking towards Pipey right now. As he said, likes his hyper carries and has gone for the Aphelios, which is something very much in his wheelhouse.
This has been Pipey's tried and true incredible win rate when it comes to this champion, and even though he's known as this Draven, Twitch, Karthus style player in solo queue, every single official game here in NLC Division 2, he's been performing on this champion. And Toxi, picking up the blind pick way, coming in as an extremely strong control mage style pick, but some counter picks can heavily punish this champion. But Misfortune showing up, coming in from quite a break.
Yeah, but stacks up very nicely alongside the Maokai. If Nature's Grass comes across, if more than one person gets rooted up, so if Fourth Wall's soaking is not on point, Bullet Time will just eradicate people. If Pipey is not able to move quickly enough, he will get eradicated by the Bullet Time. Immobile, heavily so, carry, and we follow that up with the Udyr. That is basically the Synapse Sprinter special, all the way from back in the UKEL last split. He keeps it going. We've seen it in the 2. He's going to keep that one rolling forwards. And Fourth Wall, We need to see what he responds to that. I mean, Cassante is still a decent option. May well be Savictor going towards his Gnar, though. I was going to mention the Shen, obviously, but doesn't have the best matchup into the Udyr.
Yeah, Shen is overall in a pretty rough spot when it comes to optimization and meta. But I was expecting the Cassante. Obviously doesn't have the best matchup in the Udyr early on, but can eventually scale into the game. But Gnar is... Yeah, exactly. But Gnar is one of those picks that, instead of scaling into the game, just tries to match up the power of the Udyr in the laning phase, having the range advantage, having the movement speed coming in from a hyper on the W. You can kite the Udyr around and not get completely destroyed by the Phoenix dance. But now we head into the second phase bans. Aurelia's Soul taken out, and Brand as well heavily targeting the AP.
Yeah, Asol has sprung back into people's conscience after he received some buffs to help his early game feel a little bit less weak. He has really erupted back onto the scene, and we see the respect getting banned away there. Jason Braum going to round off these bans.
Yeah, and I assume we're playing...
So that means, are we expecting... Are they expecting the Jace top, or just trying to prevent it? Because that seems more of a Synapse thing than a Gallop.
Not 100% sure. But Xin Zhao can match up in the jungle. They're both were looking to play a little bit more aggressive, not picking up the utility jungle like Rel that we're used to. This opens up a lot more early game and mid game playmaking opportunities. I'm just a little bit worried about where the Xin Zhao will go. All of the lanes so far for you are super strong.
Yeah, although
this
is response. Trundle is pretty good right now, although I was kind of expecting that Jarvan to be locked in, just because of the simple synergy of you press R at the same time as your MF pressing the bullet time. And KVW is going to mess with us a little bit here. I mean, there is a whole slew of options you could take into this.
I love the Zed. I don't think it's going to be the Zed. I think it's going to be the Yone, but Xerath would be fine as well. Okay, it's going to be the Xerath. Yeah, you not only match the range, you outrange Wei for most of your abilities. As long as you don't ult in QW range, you should be fine.
Yeah, but I was like, considering the Severing Bolt is literally just, hey Xerath, can I look at your W's homework?
Exactly.
But better.
But what Xerath actually does better than Hui is push the wave while poking your opponent. The Q just nukes the wave and has extended range compared to Hui's full ability wave clear. So KVW should be able to hold lane priority quite well once he gets to the 1 item mark and there play to the objectives. They also flex the Maokai to the support role to get the jungle counterpick with the Trundle. So this mid-jungle duo, when it gets the mid-game 1 item spike, should be extremely strong for you.
It could be quite difficult to get away from as well, because Gallop can just drop down the pillar and you're immediately in a rough spot, because that's going to make it so much easier to... I've forgotten the name of the Xerath stun, the E, but the Eye of Destruction W slows can come through as well. It's, yeah, going to be pretty rough for anyone caught into that. The 2v2 is certainly going to be challenging, I think, for the Hui. I'm looking at the bot lane, though. Kanchi and Holmberg versus Pipey and Fabio. I mean, the Leona Aphelios is not really a combination that gels too well in my mind. You've got Leona, who wants to be ham, Aphelios, who wants to wait for 2 items.
Yeah, Leona definitely has to hold her horses a little bit in this early game. Needs to wait either for a Xin Zhao gank to properly be able to play the game, or for the level 6 mark, where Aphelios can deal a surprising amount of damage, depending on which weapons he has. Usually at about that point, he has the first Crescendum plus Chakram combination, so he can start man-fighting with the Leona stuns. But yeah, in the early game, they should be just holding back, trying to get to those 2 item breakpoints. The thing that Fourth Wall again wants to do is scale up to the later stages of the game, even though they have a bit of a weaker utility side of things. They pack up in damage for it.
Yeah, and that's not to say that Fluffy can't be utility for the team. Obviously, Xin Zhao is known for being an incredibly strong early jungler, can get really fighty. But later in the game, the slows from Wind becomes lightning, the zone control that Crescent Guard offers, and just the general survivability that Crescent Guard offers, especially into the likes of Azerath, means that Fourth Wall aren't super lacking, and with the Leona, they are kind of making up for some of the CC they might be lacking if they had their Rel.
Indeed. And again, it's going to be up to the Xin Zhao to not play on the same side of the map as the Trundle. As we previously mentioned in the draft, this is a horrible counter matchup. You do not want to mana fight a Trundle at low
I
levels.
mean, it's like, okay, I press Q, I auto attack you, you can't beat me anymore. That is the Trundle Xin Zhao matchup. It's like, okay, cool, you've lost a whole bunch of AD. Now what?
This is going to continue to the mid stage of the game, even though, as you said, Xin Zhao can provide a ton of utility. Once the Trundle is there and is able to place the pillar at an approaching Xin Zhao, or even just be there in his face, stealing away AD, stealing away his resistances, it's just a nightmare to deal with. So Fourth will have to pick their fights really well and carefully.
Absolutely. But as you were saying, Fourth Wall, they don't necessarily need to take fights super early unless they find a skirmish that is super favorable to them. Because you've got Aphelios, you've got Hui, you've got Na, who play the later game fights so amazingly well that, okay, all right, oh no, guys, we gave up first dragon, we gave up second dragon, maybe. I don't think this Fourth Wall comp really cares about that, as long as you're not giving over like a free soul point to Unique. I feel like in that situation, Fourth Wall, like, it's fine. Like, it's the classic thing. It's okay, guys, we scale.
Yeah, and not only the one bright point that we really haven't mentioned is the top lane matchup, the Nara against the Udyr, where the Xin Zhao can actually just cross map the Trundle, assuming that he's playing for bot side. They should be able to just trade on with the objectives and try to keep the advantage on the top side of the map.
With that said, we are ready to get onto the Rift for the first game of the day. Unique potentially could be able to exploit this change coming into Fourth Wall. They were sat near the top. We'll see if the Fourth Wall, if a brick gets removed and replaced, is the wall still as strong? We're about to find out.
And level 1, assuming we're not going to see too much action, there's nothing like a Braum nor any level 1 extremely good damage dealers other than the Trundle maybe. And it's just extremely risky. You know, in such a situation that Unique finds themselves in at 4 and 6 in the standings, they really need to start picking up every single win coming into the second round robin, while Fourth Wall is feeling a lot more comfortable on the 7-3 position. And you can see it, they keep drafting the same thing, playing their own style no matter what happens. And it's up to Unique to get these games going for them.
If it ain't broke, right?
Minions
It's been working for Fourth Wall all split long. Even with this replacement, they are sticking to their guns. I think that's perfectly respectable. Stick with what you're comfortable with. It's been working. And as you said, it's on Unique now to upset the apple cart, to really try and put the hurt onto Fourth Wall. Speaking of hurt, Synapse will find Sir Victor, gonna put a little bit of damage down. Will get himself a grass proc as well. And that's half of Sir Victor's health gone already. Of course, he has got the fleet footwork, so sustaining through this lane shouldn't be the worst. But you do always have to respect the level 1 to level 3 of an Udyr.
Yeah, indeed. With the Ghost, especially, Synapse can, once the Phoenix Dance comes back up, just force Victor to either burn a flash or miss a ton of XP and gold from the incoming minions. Victor needs to play super careful, and it's not exactly how you want to start off the ranged matchup lane into a huge lane play. We see a similar thing in the bot side of the map where you, Misfortune and Aphelios took an early trade, but Pipey managed to get a couple of auto attacks in, so Holberg and Kansha now couldn't get anything on the level 2, couldn't get priority going. And Synapse just trying to get the wave in a nice position. Just not much happening across the map.
Looking across the map, though, you said that Fluffy, for the most part, wants to try and stay away from Gallop. Hasn't necessarily succeeded in that sense. They are both clearing towards bot side. Obviously, evading is going to be fine as soon as they know where Gallop is. But that does mean there is a potential angle for Gallop to maybe make something happen if this wave bounces off bot lane. Right now, Holmberg and Kancha, however, they are keeping it a decent ways away from the tower. And that ward in river for red side just timed out. So potential angle in Unique.
They actually want to go for a... They could have gone for an invade. Not sure if they know they have the timing window to still go for the blue buff of Fluffy. But if this Trundle had skipped on the Krugs and went and played with this bottom wave crashing, the triple invade onto the blue buff could have been devastating. But instead, they just grabbed the quick reset, the Misfortune behind the call. Now they have information of the Xin Zhao, grabbing the blue buff. Just a small tempo advantage is enough for Gallop to be able to get onto Scuttle first. They have mid prio from KVW, and he should have a nice farm lead.
And from that, a little farm advantage, as you say, will be born for Gallop here. Fluffy will just take the reset, knows that he can't contest the double Scuttle. But I do want to point out about Fluffy's early pathing. Obviously, it was quite a bit slower than Gallop's, but I like the fact that he delayed his buffs as long as possible. He started chickens, went Krugs, then took red. Cleared out both quadrants before taking the buffs, so those small counts are going to come up quicker.
Yeah, and now, as these waves are crashing, Bothwell really needs to solve this top side problem of Victor kind of stuck underneath this tower now. About to pop Mega now, so Synapse has an angle to get this farm safely. No level 6, so no chance of all-in happening either. And this Udyr surviving the early laning phase this well could spell a bit of problems in Portal's future, as they would love to play for these Void Grubs that are spawning soon.
And they may be able to. Gallop did just take his first reset, gets back to base, and will pick up a Tunneler, which almost certainly will go towards a Titanic Hydra. That item is still kind of unfair.
Trying to look for a gank angle there, but Fluffy now, as I said, heading over to the Grubs, knows that the enemy has vision, but doesn't seem to really care too much, even with the Udyr already taking the base back and having spending teleport. There's no approach coming in from the Maokai nor the Trundle, and they're not even on the Dragon. This is going to be a very, very late start for the objective, and Fluffy already rotating over.
Fluffy only took the one Void Grub, though, so that does mean that when the Drake goes down, Gallop can head towards top side and potentially pick up those spare two that are lying around. Synapse has already regained top priority. You can see that wave pushing into Synapse's tier 1 turret. And so, after that little bit of pressure made by Fourth Wall, the game has swung back towards Unique. It does look like Gallop will be heading across the mid lane.
This kind of gave Unique a free Dragon with only one Grub gained. Now, Trundle should have a good idea of where the enemy jungler is, and as we kind of called it, already heading over to the objective as the Udyr has established priority.
Looking at
Fluffy,
Fluffy,
he has to give it up and just go for resource denial, getting the Krugs, but Kancha and
We're
Holmberg,
aware of this, though.
they are.
Look at the angle in. Wind becomes lightning. Will land onto Holmberg, so Fluffy should be able to get out. Although Fabio is now having to run across to try and save his jungler. Fluffy flashes out. The healing from the determination will keep him alive for a while. Pipey on his way across as well. Here comes the ult from KVW, though. Right at the arcane, misses out, and it's Kanche who will be found in no man's land. Fabio just surviving as well as the Spiraling Despair will land onto Holmberg. It won't be enough to kill. Ooh, Severing Bolt takes it damn close, though. KVW looking. The Eye of Destruction will not see anybody, and Fourth Wall get out with their prize.
Good rotation from Toxie there to save the day. And Fluffy, what looked like a small overextension on the invade, eventually turns into a nice turnaround play. They get the kill onto Pipey. A Synapse!
Victor in some trouble, perhaps. Needs to get Mega, but he won't get it in time, as Synapse will knock it down. And the Udyr has already got Swifties, uses the Ghost, and will chomp himself up a kill.
Uh-oh. That's not looking good for the ranged matchup. That was supposed to be good. That was supposed to be Victor's counter pick. Already starting to fall apart just a little bit. This first to second item spike is where Udyr is the strongest. Phoenix Dance isn't even max level, so he will get just incredible value out of that base damage. Building straight up tank, I'd assume, for this game. His team really needs the frontlining power since Gallop will...
back, though. Might be looking for a chase down angle. Boomerang will catch on. We'll be able to get the Hyper Proc, and Synapse now needs to be on the run. Going to be able to get some healing off. Is still running away. Victor, one more auto might have done it, but Synapse will be able to make it back to tower. However, that does mean he's quite delayed on getting back to lane. So Victor will have a nice little bit of quality time with the wave.
Yeah, he could get a couple of plates back. But yeah, as I was saying, this Udyr should be building quite tanky for this game. They really need the front line. This Maokai is in the support role, will take some time to get his tanky items on deck. And this Trundle will just be a straight up bruiser, trying to auto attack the Xin Zhao down. So any extra frontlining power is appreciated by this Misfortune and Xerath. But for now, he seems to be building mostly AP. Gallop getting caught out a little bit in the enemy jungle.
A little bit of a Spidey sense. Realizes that the opposition are coming across. KVW now has an angle out to get out of lane here. However, Fluffy, Fabio, they have spotted onto Gallop. Unique looking for the angle, and Holmberg waiting to try and find a bullet time angle. Their Crescent Guard comes across. It doesn't absorb that much damage from the bullet time, however, and Gallop will be able to take that one down. That's a lot of Crescendum Chakrams, however. Gallop needs to run here. Pipey still on the chase, still running him down. The Severing Bolt misses. The stun from KVW will make good. Unique's escape. They will get the kill onto their jungler. They will be able to get away.
Barely surviving that
KVW.
fight. A Fourthwall could...
He has the cleanse.
He does. Doesn't have to spend it, though. Holmberg not having too much mana also makes it so they don't really want to fight that. Toxi as well, pushing the mid wave. Even though it's cannon wave, it will fall quite quickly to the Waste Spell Barrage, forcing the TP from KVW to catch the wave. And with this dragon spawning fairly soon, Fourth Wall are in prime position to set up some vision around.
Yeah, Gallop needs to take a reset right now, so it's going to be a little moment before he's back out onto the Rift. So Fluffy can pick up the Scuttle. As you said, a couple of walls can be put down. I don't know if they're in a position to actually take the Drake, but the sheer, like the simple knowledge of, oh, you know, Unique is taking the Drake means that Fluffy can trade it for a full set of grubs this time.
But Unique looking to strike back around the dragon area. Since their top lane is doing as well as he is, they could even rotate him over or make him take the grubs while the Gnaw is shoving in the top wave. Looks like, yeah, the Phoenix stance will be used on the objective while Unique are trying to pressure Fourth Wall, who have started dragon actually.
Right now, it's a numbers advantage for Fourth Wall here, as Down will drop the Solar Flare. Damage coming onto Gallop. He's not all that tanky right now. Spiraling Despair will secure the kill as Toxi picks that one up with no jungler to speak of. Looks like Unique might have to get away. Pipey dropping incredibly low, though. Holmberg is now here, could drop some more damage down. Kanshare feeling confident as the bullet time goes across, but he will drop. That's second one picked up for Fourth Wall. The Dragon, however, was denied. A lot of low health bars from Fourth Wall mean that they can't take the objective, and Unique might still be able to get their second.
I said that's a Pyrrhic victory for Unique. Losing 2 members, but they stop the objective. Victor, however, not having a fun time. Oh, God!
Yeah, that's pretty much the UDA matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Synapse racks up another kill. Another solo in the top lane. Has 2 minutes alone with the power as well. Victor has no TP, so that should be potentially a couple more plates. Instead, just going to get that reset. Wants to get back out onto the map quicker. Should have a completed item in pocket as well.
Punch is still not level 6, by the way. They're lacking the Maokai ultimate for all of these upcoming fights. And if Fourth Wall realize this, they can still set up for the Drake before the... Oh, never mind. There it is. Ignore
that's why he
everything
was
that
on
I just
mid-wave.
did.
Yep, that's why he was right next to KBW. Wanted to ensure he had the Nature's Grasp for these upcoming fights. Wave gets pushed in bot lane. Holmberg will have to absorb that, which does give Fourth Wall a window to start this up. You see, Toxi's already moved across, but Synapse is on the run. Victor's TP is very nearly up, but could look for a collapse in the interim. Already has the Leandries as the run-in comes. Fourth Wall trying to get back away from this one. Synapse dropping quite low as the shutdown will come through. Picked up by Fluffy. He will be left to the walls, however. That means Unique can pull back, take the Drake. Kanji, however, might be a little bit in no man's land here. Takes a lot of damage. He's not dropping, though, as down will go Fabio. Gallop, now the one will be okay with the red and the white. Killing spree picked up for Toxi, but it is that second Drake secured by Unique.
Again, a couple of members sacrificed for the objective take from Unique. They are getting a ton of good kills and good objective takes, but Toxi's getting really strong. You already could see hints of the damage potential that this Wei has in the previous team fight, even chunking down the Xerath while being quite a distance away, safe as his team were melting to the Misfortune ultimate. But
walks into the brush, finds Fluffy. Will get caught by the wind, becomes lightning. The chase down not quite there as Unique moving towards the top side. They have the Herald in their sights. As you rightly say, though, Toxi well on the way to being an absolute menace in this game. Stacking up the Saras very nicely.
Not contesting this Herald take, though. They need the base to come in from Toxi. Hadn't gone back since the previous fight, so have to give another one up for Unique. And this is starting to smell like trouble for Fourth Wall, even though Pipey's getting towards the second item mark. They need to defend against this upcoming Herald push from Gallop, and it's most likely going to be put into the mid lane. Never mind. Top lane.
Yep. Synapse, that's not the direction you were meant to do it. It's okay, though. First brick will be secured by Unique. We're going to call that style points for Synapse. Fluffy gets spotted out by KVW just here, but we are looking towards the bot lane right now. Kanchi and Holmberg, they smell that Fluffy could be towards his bottom side. Victor, it's all he can do really to watch as this tower gets taken down. Toxi looking for an angle in, however, the tower tier 2 gets taken down. The chase down trying to come through. Victor is already down. There's not much that Toxi can do to stop this. He has the Spiraling Despair if he could land it onto Synapse. Meanwhile, KVW makes his way bot lane to make sure that this full turret is not traded back to the side of Fourth Wall. As Fabio goes in, Holmberg can be able to cleanse and walk out, and that's the combo as Pipey gets melted by the bullet time. Fluffy and Fabio now fully on the run, right to the arcane, dropping. The Leona will not die just yet. Kanche forces the flash out of Fluffy, and now the Xin Zhao needs to run. There's no running from the MF and the Xerath, however. Fabio also incredibly low. You can duck and you can weave. It's pretty unlikely you survive this one, as that's a double kill for the Xerath. KVW gets on the board.
And the cross-map play goes horribly wrong for Fourth Wall. I expected this Herald play to be happening mid, but instead in the top lane, they forced the weak Sir Victor to be the one defending against the Herald push. And even with Toxi rotating over, they're not able to 2v2 this Udyr Trundle pair. And on the bot side of the map, most of... Kinda.
I feel like 2 1v2s, honestly. Like, Victor was dead before Toxi really got to do anything in that play. Ends up showing up a little bit too late to the party.
And just due to that fact, the bot side of the map doesn't get to enjoy the gold advantage that Toxi has accrued for himself. He's the one that is actually strong on this Fourth Wall roster. Now their bot lane has to play against the Xerath and a Misfortune, who are incredibly strong even at this one item mark, and Victor once again feeling the pain.
He's on the run. The hop away. There's no flash for Victor. Wallop will land. Maybe the hyper props will be enough to keep it up, but the ghost is still going. Stun on through. Wingborn Storm will keep on raging. Synapse will pick up his 3rd kill of the game. And what can Victor really do at this point as well? You've got Leandri's Frozen Heart.
I don't know. He needs to somehow get some help, or this is gonna seem like negative fame.
Looking for the angle in, uses the Awaken on the Ornn. The damage from Toxie is going to be too much though. Spiraling Despair picks up his 4th kill of the game. Unique though, not resting on their laurels. They're going to pick up a tier 1 in bottom lane. So yes, Synapse goes down. Yes, Tox is getting even bigger. But Unique continue to build up that gold lead. It's now at 4K.
Yeah, just really nice cross-map play from Unique. Even with this dragon respawning, they should have Synapse's teleport up in time if they can delay this with the Xerath rotating over. Yeah, 20 seconds, but Xerath coming in, taking the safe way around, and 4th Wall doesn't have the DPS necessary to burst this down. They are channeling the teleport from Toxie, though.
Toxie. Yep, coming on in. 4th Wall are looking for the engage angle, and it might be that Synapse is going to be too late for the party. TPing, look behind the big wall as Victor's taking a big chunk of damage, and he goes face to face with Synapse. 4th Wall will be able to pick up the Drake, but KBW picks up a 3rd, make that a 4th double kill for the Xerath. However, 4th Wall, as Unique have been doing before, they give up 2 bodies, but they take themselves a Drake.
And usually it results with Unique getting the objective, but instead they take the kills and they get the plank from the Udyr.
Synapse is coming in. Remember, there's still the bullet time available for Holmberg. The Windmill Charge doing so much hurt. Pipey half health by a single awakened R out of this Udyr. And Unique don't feel like they're done. Synapse dropping the damage down. Holmberg looking for the angle. There is the bullet time. Present Guard will be able to ignore most of it. Pipey comes in with the Moonlight Vigil over the top. Fluffy able to take down Synapse. Gallop will drop as well. The rest of their carries not able to get forwards. And 4th Wall, they seem to have found the angle. Unique spend 20 minutes building up a gold advantage. And just like that, Carvis, they give it away.
Giga Chad Pipey flashing over the wall with the Chakram stacks, dealing the deeps necessary to take the front line down. And once they are dead, Unique's carries are in big trouble. 4th Wall can chase them down one by one, barely getting the recall off underneath the tower. Holmberg stays alive, but Toxie and Pipey showing the damage potential here at 20 minutes in game 1 of the day. This team is just refusing to lose even after these early game trades.
And with what we said, don't worry guys, we scale. Not quite 2 items here for Pipey, but Toxie, absolutely massive right now. If we could have a look at the gold production, that would be fantastic. Absolutely stellar. 1.5k or near enough is the advantage for Toxie. And let's not forget that KVW isn't doing too badly for himself. So for Toxie to be 1.5k up on that, yeah, this is the way.
This is the way. And this game is basically even if you don't count the top lane. And even then, Victor's able to keep this side lane pressure at least somewhat hindered. The Udyr is not pressuring inhibitor towers. And
yeah,
if Victor gets a nice teleport in, he can still participate with utility, with the ultimate and W. He can provide additional CC.
And he can. Gold lead has been sliced in half and then some. 4th Wall still behind right now, but as I said, the dragon stacking got stopped. That last fight has really taken the wind out of Unique's advantage. Now looking towards the Baron, but I mean, neither team can really take it for free.
It's
looking for the angle, going on to Holmberg, the cleanse, and has to flash out immediately. Now can drop the bullet time though, it's too far out of the range. Severing Bolt tries to take him down, won't be able to do so as Pipey will drop. Gallop taking a chunk of damage from the Spiraling Despair, but will not drop.
I did not expect Fabio to go in there. It looked like it was so far away, but the rest of the team able to follow it up. They used the Zinjal flash to go on it, and it was kind of worth it. They got both the defensive summoners from Holmberg.
Yeah.
But they lose some of their engage potential with Fabio and Fluffy neither having their flash as well, and the dragon so valuable when Hextixel is on offer.
Absolutely. Of course, that does mean that Holmberg is going to have a much harder time positioning himself for this next Drake fight. Just coming up in about a minute's time. But, I mean, let's look across the items right now, because Holmberg, despite being pressured quite heavily, still 304, 3 items. Of course, the lethality build is so much cheaper than Pipey, who's going for the crit. That does mean that this MF is still going to be chunking, and with the Edge of Night picked up as well, that's going to make Fabio's job that much harder.
And it's going to be another big positional fight coming up for this dragon. If Fourth Wall can get a flank and get a catch onto someone...
Can I tell you the problem with that, Carlos?
There's an Edge of Night on the Misfortune.
Actually, I was like, can we have a look into the river production just very quickly and toggle red side vision?
Vision is...
There's no vision for Fourth Wall.
Vision is provided by Phase QW. You don't need anything else.
It's going to be difficult, though, because positioning is just as important. Fourth Wall instead, they go, okay, well, we've got more vision towards the top side of the rift, so we can threaten Baron. 2 items picked up by Pipey means that goes down pretty quickly. And Unique, they say, all right, well, we'll just let Synapse take the Drake.
Yeah, Synapse has been the PvE specialist so far in this game, and he's continuing with the same old...
They've just been there too, you know.
That's also a pretty fast dragon. The Leandri's damage output from the Udyr doing work, and they secure the dragon with Fourth Wall basically just dancing around the Baron, trying to set up vision while there was no one even contesting it.
Yeah, Fourth Wall, yeah, as you said, dancing around the Baron, but I don't think Unique were at all convinced that they were ever going to actually start it up. So they're like, no worries. And even if they did, Synapse had TP up. He could have just delayed doing the Baron. Instead, Unique do not call Fourth Wall's bluff. And we'll see, although they do call Fourth Wall's bluff, as Pipey could be in trouble here. Fabio tries to block the Nature's Grasp, but the follow-up, the flash, the twisted advance will mean Pipey's demise. However, spiraling despair onto Gallop. They are going to be able to get away. Severing Bolt does not find its target. And now, TP was burned by Savictor to make it to that play, which means Synapse is now left alone in the bot lane.
Also, Synapse still has his own TP if Fourth Wall overextends. There could be a Udyr running.
Oh, Victor looking for Holmberg. Nearly finds it, but he pushes him out of the Severing Bolt. Holmberg will survive. Kanshir will drop. That's dominating for Toxie. But Pipey is dropped. Victor is now dead. Synapse is knocking on the inhibitors. Fabio might try and chase down here, but you're not going to catch this Udyr.
This is the correct play from Fourth Wall, though. Unique, way too low on the HP bars to go for the Baron at this point in time. They need to get the reset off of Holmberg. They need to get Kanshir back there to frontline for them. Pipey, though.
Pipey, you might be in some danger, buddy. Stepping into the shadows, Synapse does not pounce. I don't, like, does he actually damage the Udyr at all?
I don't think so. With the Frozen Heart there and no Lord Dominic's to speak of, I don't think this Aphelios will get through Synapse unless he has a proper weapon combination, and even then he'd need to stack it up first while he's taking a ton of Leandri's burn damage, so it's not looking great. Fourth Wall needs another one of those choke point fights where Toxie gets the full course meal of full combo onto 3 to start off the fight with, and then they may have a nice team fighting chance. But Unique, playing around it, they are just waiting beyond Fourth Wall's vision to see if anyone would overextend.
Synapse, Ray Debani with Victor, knows that, of course, he has TP and Victor doesn't. The longer this fight goes, the better it technically is for Fourth Wall, but Synapse is running circles around Victor. No flash. Could burn the Ghost if he wants to, but he knows he doesn't need to, because the longer this Gnar is in the bottom lane, the longer Unique has a free time on the Baron. They're knocking it down slowly. Fourth wall, they do call the bluff. They're going to step in. Nature's Grasp coming. That's followed by the TP as it lands onto several members. Fabio is completely left to the Wolves. Unique looking for their targets. Pipey dropping low thanks to the right of the Arcane. Bullet Time comes across. He is able to get away. Fluffy dropping low. Flashes over the wall. Toxie able to pick up another one onto Kanche. And the overchase, support for support in the grand scheme of things. And Unique, most importantly, do not get the ban.
Yeah, once Unique uses all their cooldowns, the rest of the fight suddenly looks favorable for Fourth Wall, as they have a ton of spells still to throw at the chasing team, and most of the chase down is locked behind the Maokai ultimate. Other than that, you have Trundle Pillar and the Yudu, but that's not hard CC, and that's easy to apply. And Fourth Wall thrives on that. They want to be chased. They want to be playing with Toxie, throwing out slow after slow, fear after fear. And yeah, Unique has to be careful if they only catch the Leona in a situation like that.
And let's look at Toxie again. 7-0-5, holds a farm advantage, has Seraphs, Horizon Focus, Crypt Bloom, and a 10-stack Dark Seal, and is well on the ways to a potential Rabadon's as well. Toxie is absolutely monstrous, and all the more so. He has been positioning so well in these fights. I don't think there has been a moment in this game where he has looked in true danger.
Indeed. So, Toxie again, looking to fight a poke. Whoa, Solar Flare burn. KVW just losing his flash. And if the Xerath gets called out once more, that's going to be a dead mid laner for Unique. This dragon, so important to contest.
It is so important. All the damage is dropping onto Gallop right now. Synapse is rolling up the river. The damage is going to drop onto Pipey. Synapse finds his mark. The Aphelios is down. Victor on the run, but Synapse on the chase. Toxie, you can do all the damage you want, but it is to the Udyr right now. Holmberg, Kanche on the chase. They will shepherd Fourth Wall away. They aren't able to get more kills, but they are able to get the Hextech Soul Clavis.
It is so hard for Fourth Wall to find the proper positioning to fight against Unique's reach. Even if they manage to peel away from the Trundle and the Udyr, you have Xerath ultimates flying at you, ghosted up Udyr chasing you down. It's just not fun for Pipey to play without a proper peel, but Fabio getting caught out on the front line once again, Trundle pillared up, and then you have no peel left as Fluffy, Fabio, and Victor all stuck on the frontlining duty. It's so rough to play against the Unique, though. Secures the Baron.
Victor trying to step in and be a pain. The Hex Gates being used by Fourth Wall. Are they walking into the grinder, though? Fabio already down. Kanche trying to hold Fluffy at bay. Holmberg dropping quite low. The bullet time goes across. Severing Bolt. Victor finds Holmberg, and the carry is down. Unique need to get out of this one. Synapse being chased down by Fluffy. The tier 1 turret mercifully is still up, but Fourth Wall, they smell blood in the water. KVW just able to get out with the empowered recall, and Synapse is now going to lead Fourth Wall on a merry dance across Summoner's Rift. The Hungering Wall will pull him back. The damage is dropping, but he's still running. It's a marathon. Run, Forrest, run!
One more hit, Arcane Comet won't be able to finish
He's
the kill.
still alive!
He survives somehow, some way. Unique gets 4 Barons out of that, only losing their AD carry.
By the way, can we just look at the bot inhibitor in Fourth Wall's base? It's gone. Both the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor were taken by the minions during the course of that play.
Like, not only did Synapse survive, but he bought so much time for the rest of the team. They all got the resets off, and they're already back onto the Rift, able to set up minion waves. They can set up slow pushes down on the up on the top side of the map. Eventually, this will be a huge minion wave crashing onto the inhibitor tower, similar to the bot side. Holmberg and KVW should be able to hold mid wave extremely well. They have to Hex take Dragon, so any poke that lands as Fourth Wall is looking for anything, and will just put on that decaying slow and prevent the chase down. Resource denial going on the top side of the map, the buffs getting taken away, the camps getting taken away. Fourth Wall, they're gonna need another miracle fight to make it back into this game.
Unique, currently playing across 2 lanes, Synapse pushing in the top. Obviously, they have perma push, they have the inhibitor down in bot lane. They know they do not need to overstep. They know that all they really have to do is let Synapse do his thing, but they are going to find the angles. Pipey dropping low, the healing from the redemption. The right of the arcane will come over the top as well as the Fourth Wall is crumbling before Unique. Fluffy tries to survive a moment longer. That is 3 members down. Victor still facing down Synapse in the top lane. It's all on Toxie, this immense wave, but he's got no front line. Victor gonna come across and try and be that front line, tanking up the damage as long as he can. Kanshia is dropping low, but Synapse has found Toxie. All he needs to do is press a ghost. Kanshia tries to find him, will not be able to do so. Now Synapse shepherding in the wave. Toxie has to get a recall off if he doesn't want this game to end. Unique are knocking on the Nexus turrets, and Toxie, it was a valiant performance. 8-0-6, monstrous on the way. It doesn't matter though, Carvis, as Unique will take them down.
Just an incredible team fighting and team performance from Unique, overcoming the way from Fourth Wall, who tried it all, even buying the Magi on 16 stacks.
It was immense.
It was so impactful, but I think it was just the small amount of utility that Fourth Wall was missing. The composition didn't work out. Nobody could peel for the backline. And eventually the Udyr and French just took over the fights.
How do you peel against an unstoppable Udyr? How do you peel when you've got bullet time and right of the arcane raining down like it's 1915?
You have 2 choices. Either you peel a ton, or you kill the enemy backline faster than they kill yours. Neither one really was a feat that Fourth Wall could accomplish in this game. And Unique, I think, just played their composition to its finest.
Fantastically done. Another dub for the Udyr. Synapse Sprinter looking real good. Sprinting away in that top lane, surviving. Fourth Wall, they take their 4th loss of the split. We'll see how they continue going forwards. Obviously, we've now got Fluffy in. And see how they develop back up. We have plenty more games to come, so let's throw it to a quick break before we get ready for our next game. Gon Gaming up against... Oh, I'm so used to not having interviews. We will have an interview. Of course we will have an interview. We'll be back in a second once we've set that up.
Maybe.
Welcome back, everybody. After that unique esports win over Fourth Wall, we are joined by Gallup, and
Hello.
I've been told you'll behave this time.
Yeah, no bad words.
Good to hear. So, I wanted to start up just by talking about where you feel Unique's position is right now. Obviously, you've just taken that win, so you're 5-6. But
Yeah.
you've been kind of bouncing back and forth throughout the early stages of the split. It felt like you were on a bit of an upswing. You took a couple of losses. Where in your mind do you feel you sit right now?
Um, I mean, I know we have a couple more games left, and losing yesterday was really rough for us. I'm not going to be able to put a number, but I know we are for sure making the playoffs. So the other teams can fight for who will join us, because we have a few teams in the spots that are like contending the
Oh,
last
like a
playoff spots.
big old brawl in the middle.
Yeah. Um, so I don't know how to play us. I think we are one of the better teams. We've just had some unlucky games, and I think we will show it from now on.
Yeah. Speaking of lucky and unlucky games, tonight's game was a bit more interesting than we expected it to be. Considering the fourth wall jungle swap, did it change your game plan at all coming into?
Uh, no, we we were not worried. I don't think I mean, people are gonna think Wario is really good, but I don't think he was really performing last time we played versus them. So it was not our issue. Like, we were just really thinking about what we did last time, and how we can improve on it, and just playing the team as if they were the same team.
Yeah. Well, clearly it worked. A clean
Yeah.
match again for you guys, and as you mentioned, you guys are contending for the final couple playoff spots in the middle of the pack. Is there like any team that has surprised you a little bit by how strong they actually were coming into these second round robin matches, like regarding the games that you played?
I mean, we played Chaos twice, and first time was really even. And we played them yesterday night, and we got destroyed. So that was a surprise for us. I think the mood at camp was really low yesterday. But then coming in, playing one of these better teams, like Forfall is higher up on the ladder, and just winning versus them like this, I mean, I think just shows that we deserve to win.
Good to hear. And with that being said, obviously your trajectory looking pretty good going forwards. Your next match, though, perhaps can be one of the challenging ones. Another high table team in blue whites.
Yeah,
How
I
you
think
feel
we'll beat
about
them.
going up against them? You
Not worried, we'll
just
beat
keep
them.
nothing. Just nah, I'd win. You know what?
Yeah, nah, the
Respect for
win.
that. Honestly, I won't waste. I won't waste any more time trying to press an answer out of you then, and instead I'll let you go on your way. Before you go, however, is there anybody you want to shout out while you've got the airtime?
I mean, just shout out to Basot, he's the goat, and everyone else. But he's putting in a lot of work, and I think everyone on the team appreciates it.
Fantastic to hear. Thanks so much for coming on, Gallup. We'll send you on your way now as we get ready for our next game. As I said a moment ago, Garden Gaming up against G2 Hell. They've still winless, but something tells me G2 Hell have plenty more to show us still.
They definitely do. We will have an update regarding that when we come back from a short break, I guess.
Welcome back, everybody, ahead of game number 2. Fourth wall has been broken, but we're back. We're through the wall. We're out into the garden as Garden Gaming. We'll be going up against G2 Hell in this second game. And Carvis, I wanted to, touch in on G2 Hell because I, again, alluded to. I'm doing a lot of foreshadowing today. I don't know. But G2 Hell still winless, but it really feels like that scoreline doesn't do credit to how they've been playing.
Yeah, credit where it's due. Shaw has been playing extremely well throughout the laning phases in all of their 9 games so far. And I think that she has been the shining star of the team. And I'm hoping that they start playing around her more. Most of the games so far have been either a bit of a draft gap in some games, and in some games it's due to G2 Hell maybe not being as confident as they should be going for plays themselves, kind of just letting the opponent do whatever they want to on the map. And they've been fixing everything slowly and surely. And now they're again facing a middle of the pack team, Garden Gaming, currently 5-5. They have all the tools, I think, now that they need to finally get a win for themselves.
We'll see if they break that barrier once we get on into the Rift. But in the meantime, Garden Gaming, as you say, 5-5, have been doing pretty well generally, but it's safe to say that a lot of their wins have been very much, it almost feels like they're sort of a gatekeeping team, which kind of checks out being Garden. That a lot of their wins are against teams beneath them in the standings or on the same level, and they really do struggle to punch up. Obviously, based on that logic, they should be favorites in this game. But I mean, where would you look to target if you were in G2 Hell shoes right now? As you said, you wanted them to play around Shaw more in that mid lane. Do you think Ericsson is a worthy target?
Ericsson is one of the stronger players on God, in my personal opinion. I love the style that he plays with the LeBlanc, for example, that usually gets banned away, but whenever he gets him, he gets her, he usually performs quite well. The other, I'd say, targeting point is the jungle in Bash, who has been...
Volatile player.
Yeah, volatile is the proper word here, because sometimes he's looking like the best jungler in the league, and sometimes he's not.
Well, I mean, if Sheena and Shah can combo up well, I mean, draft in a way that Shah is able to get out of lane, because, especially as you said, with Ericsson's pool, LeBlanc can make it difficult for control mages to get the shove that they want. But on the hypothetical, as you're saying, that they get a winning matchup for Shah in the mid lane, that would enable, as you said, them to potentially really put the boot in to Bash. And from that, we need to see them, as you say, they perhaps a little bit gun shy at times. But if they were able to start building a bit of a jungle gold advantage, then it's all about decisiveness at that point.
Yeah. The only thing I'm really worried about for G2 Hell is the top lane. I think that's going to be the most polarizing matchup in this entire game, where it's Fat Shield, who is a very... is he still challenger? I haven't updated my ELO sheets in a bit due to my time off, but at least used to be very high challenger against Lysia, who hasn't been performing too well when she's off Cassante.
Well, I mean, we've seen that Cassante has been sort of a go-to pick for players that necessarily that can, it's always going to have an impact. And I could harken back to last year where Ebby, player that I adore, but when he was on Heretics, he got put on Cassante duty, and he would look amazing on Cassante, but unfortunately he wasn't able to find similar levels of performance on other champions.
But yeah, we are into draft, so we get to see where people focus, and G2 Hell heavily targeting the pool of NKL, actually, just taking out Varus and Draven already. I'm expecting a couple of AD carry bans to go from Garden Gaming's side as well. Things like Senna, for example, getting banned out, and maybe the Kalista Countess, known to be a great Kalista player. I think this is the patch where she took a bit of a nerf, though. So is no,
She took a little bit of a hit, but that's not to say that she's like suddenly going to fall out of priority, especially with a player, as you said, like Cultus, who has played a heck of a lot of that champion and is she's all right. She's all right. She's pretty damn good.
The Karma, though, that is a very hefty target ban in Garden Gaming. They have like 4 players who can play it, so very, very good scouting and draft plan so far from G2 Hell. Maokai bans, so Smolder gets left open, and Kaltis may get to, well, assuming Kaltis plays this, I know she plays it a ton in solo queue.
A lot of people, everyone's been spamming the little red dragon, and he will be locked in. First pick for G2 Hell.
What?
As the response, Rise Kalista. What's going on in that head right now, Carvis? That's a lot of thoughts going on right now.
2 short-range characters into Smolder?
Is it the potential of just like flash EW, lock the Smolder down and remove him?
I guess that's a thing you can do, but I'd be really, really worried about the counter pick coming into this Rise. But the Victor getting locked in from Shaw, sure, this outranges both of these characters quite hard, but again, after the laning phase, there is a moment in time where G2 Hell may be lacking a bit of damage until they reach the 2 to 3 item mark where Victor and Smolder both start to shine. Trying to fix it a little bit with this Vi lock-in, however, helps them a lot and gets them something to keep this Kalista still with.
Yeah, the lockdown's going to be really, really nice from the Vi. As you said, yeah, there might be a bit of a damage trough in the early stages of the mid-game with this team, but I think I like the Victor specifically because of just the zone control he can provide. Gravity Field, Chaos Storm, you don't want to walk through those abilities. And with that in mind, you can sort of be a faux frontline by just making it so the enemy doesn't want to walk at you. It's a very faux frontline. That's probably not the best terminology to use. He has great zone control. We'll go with that.
Zone control, definitely there. A ton of characters with great zone control here in this draft overall.
Renata does that too.
Victor, Renata, Rise all can provide that. Now we are heading into the ban phase. Of course, supports getting taken out from Garden. Combo usually in a engaging role on G2 Hell's team comp, and Nautilus getting taken out instantly. I'd expect another aggressive ban, maybe the Leona, for example, getting taken away. Yeah, I'd even respect an Ashe ban here, just because there is a Kalista on the side of God.
I don't know how I feel about the Ashe Smolder lane, though. That feels like...
It's a little counterintuitive, but let's give G2 Hell the respect that they deserve and say, what if this Smolder is top lane for Lysia? And they counterpick with Ashe something down on the bot side of the map.
You know what? I was talking about Ebby a moment ago. I saw him play it in the LJL playoffs, and so I'm completely on board with a Smolder being taken into the top lane. I think he can do incredibly well. Obviously, you need to see what the matchup is, and that's perhaps a worry for me because they could just leave top lane for Fat Shield here.
Fat Shield can also bring this Rise up to the top side of the map if the matchup works out well. So something like a Nazir is still there for Ericsson if he wants to. Even the LeBlanc still there. Viego getting locked in for Bash. So that's a comfort champion for him. Not going to see another Briar this time around.
We're talking about volatility, Carvis. Viego certainly fills that little niche.
Guardian's playing extremely aggressive with his team composition.
Oh, yes.
They want to kill people. And fast. The Rise is the only one scaling at them.
Yeah, with that in mind, we really need to see some frontline coming out from G2 Hell, and Abram is going to do that in spades. Just make sure that it's going to be difficult to get on top of this little dragon, and if they can control the space well enough, then yeah, if Smolder and Victor are able to free fire. You said the aggression from Garden Gaming might wane, and especially if they get poked out before a fight can start, that's potentially going to really throw a spanner in the GG plan.
And here's the on for Lysia, going for a little bit more on the scaling. Fetchill has a free choice of counter pick. This would be a big one, and it gets locked in. Okay, so.
No.
Oh boy.
Okay, so like, not even based on the players. Top lane is basically just going to be on fire because Trundle has such a free lane into Ornn 90% of the time. Like, Lysia is basically going to have to just turbo respect. She's going to fall down in CS. She's going to fall down in XP. That is simply the nature of this matchup. But elsewhere on the map, for G2 Hell, I see a lot of promise.
Yeah, G2 Hell, overall this composition is very nice, although very late game skewed once again. They are looking to scale, they are looking to play passive, unless they manage to get some sort of a pick with this Vi and Victor eventually joining the fray down on the bot side of the map, most likely. But yeah, they are heavily disadvantaged in the early to mid stages of the game, whereas Garden Gaming looks like my average Diamond to Master Yellow solo queue game.
It sure seems like it. They're going to run at you. They're going to hit pretty damn hard. One thing about, I do want to curl back in on Tushar though, because we were talking about her earlier, has been doing very, very well. And on the Victor as well, I'm a bit of a connoisseur of that champion. I mean, like, peak Emerald 4, so take this with a grain of salt, but there are periods in a mid game where you're not necessarily going full scaling on the Victor. Yes, he really comes online at 2 items, but if you can get involved in a couple of early skirmishes, pick up an assist or 2, maybe even a kill, then you get so accelerated towards your hex core that you can actually become a heavy aggressor in certain matchups. And the Rise does take a little while to come online as well. So I want to see Shah get involved if early plays do happen, or at least be ready to move to protect Sheena if GG try and go on her.
Yeah, you're exactly right. If they can get the skirmishes happen near Victor's lane, maybe get a catch onto the jungler, maybe get a catch onto the bot lane off of Rome, that's going to accelerate heavily the hex core upgrades. When he gets the E laser, he can match the wave clear of the Rise, and from there on start taking over the game. But that's the question. Can they match the wave clear of the Rise early on?
Can they match is the question indeed. We're going to throw it across onto the Rift for our second game of the day. G2 Hell still chasing a win in Division 2. Today might well be the game they find it. They've got the Smolder, they've got the Victor, they've got the scaling. But they've got to weather the storm of this highly aggressive Garden Gaming comp to do so. Are we expecting anything of the level 1s here?
Who is going to do anything here at level 1? Okay,
I mean,
sure. There is a Braum, but the rest of the team are cannon minions. What are they going to do?
Honestly, I threw that at you just so that you know, that was like a free pitch right across the center. I knew you were going to home run that one. Yeah, I don't expect any early aggression unless something goes really, really sideways. Then we're all chilling. We're all on this Rift. If everything goes completely standard, completely plain, when's the sort of break point for you for G2 Hell? When are you looking to sort of start the ball rolling?
It's going to heavily be dependent on how the lanes play out. If Shah loses her flash here, that would be painful, but thankfully only loses half of the HP bar. Laning with that should be fine against the Rise as long as Ericsson doesn't get like insane trades off. And when he hits level 2, it should be okay. Still a rough start for G2 Hell, since this mid lane is the ever so important role for them in this game. But as you were asking, the break point is going to heavily depend on these lanes and when the Smolder can properly fight with the team.
And Fat Shield, sneaky, steps all the way down to the Wolf camp to put down that early ward. So Sheena going to be spotted fairly early in her clear when she goes towards that top side. It means that Back will have full information, full knowledge. That to say, however, Sheena herself did drop that ward on the chickens, so they will be able to spot out Bash when he gets towards the top side. And, well, speaking of Bash, Fat Shield bashing away at the Ornn. And yeah, I mean, this is just a taste of the lane to come.
And on the bot side of the map, Very similar things happening.
Level 2 gets hit by Mikkel and Shiro. That is just what's going to happen in a Callista lane. Kaltis dropping very low. We see that the heal has been taken by the Braum as well. And so they know what's up. Level 2 will be hit. Right now, it's just getting what farm you can for Kaltis and getting as many stacks as you can. Because when you hit that 25 mark, that's when you start to actually, exist.
Sheena? Doing something interesting here. I was looking for a gank angle, maybe, perhaps, not really sure. But that's going to heavily delay her topside camps as
they even sent
Bash.
Bat Shield in.
Yeah,
they sent Bat Shield into the topside jungle again just to check because I'm like, we should have seen Sheena by now. Where is she?
They were as confused as I was. And Bash is just going to have a field day on the Scuttle Crabs because he's just about to finish his blue buff. He can easily get the rotation since both top and bot have priority at will. There's no way G2Hell can contest either one of these lanes. And Bash can just start making this tempo advantage swing out of control if he plays it well.
I was wondering if Sheena might just path straight to the Scuttle. We see Bash in the mid lane right now is going to interrupt Shah's attempt with back. Right now, Lizzie is able to push the wave up from under her tower. Bash now making his way towards the bottom side of the rift. Braum and the Smolder might be in a little bit of danger, the wave being shoved in. They sense the danger here. Ward gets put down by Bash, not spotted out. They're looking for the angle in. Glumber's dropping very low already.
No E on the Braum.
Damage as well. No E on the Braum. No Guardian either. Steps towards the brush. Bash now looking to initiate. Needs to flash on towards Kaltis. Instead, they are going to go for the Braum. Is able to pick up that first kill. However, Kaltis putting some good damage back. Picks up one. Bash needs to drop as well. That's a double kill for the Smolder as Kaltis stands her ground. Mikkel might be in some trouble as well. Look, here comes Sheena. There is a flash available, but there's also one on the Vi. Rend might just get Mikkel out. Sheena just going to wave bye-bye. That's going to get the dragon rolling a whole lot quicker.
Yeah, that's just a heavy mistake on target selection for God, and they went for the Braum instead of the dragon, and giving 2 kills to Smolder this early on, not only is that a bunch of stacks, but the money will heavily accelerate the power spike, and now G2Hell can look to play through bot side priority. The Smolder's gonna start to do some actual damage fairly soon.
Some good trades as well. Shah now putting the hurt onto Ericsson. I thought she was going to interrupt the back, not quite able to do so. Death Ray must have been on cooldown. But she does now get to shove the wave in. Obviously, TP is down, so Ericsson might lose a couple of minions here. Meanwhile, towards the top side, Bat Shield is building an advantage. Fairness to Lysia, though. She is not bleeding very heavily. She has not taken horrific trades. She is still farming. She is still going to become relevant. And to no one's great surprise, with Bat Shield having that presence topside, it's pretty much free grubs for Bash.
Indeed. And even with these 2 kills going over to Kaltis, Garden still keeping up the pressure down on the bot side of the map. They have Berserker Greaves on the Callista. Even with that mistake happening, Shiro eats a bunch of damage, but they get the wave to crash in and just play their own game with the priority being held. Although Kaltis has a Sheen in her inventory, so this won't be the ability haste build with Spear of Shojin and all that stuff. This will be a regular old 80 carry Smolder. Will be a bit more squishy, but dealing a ton more damage.
So there is the Triforce Shojin build that some Smolders have been going for. We'll see if they want to look towards that. Shiro taking a decent chunk for his trouble, but will be able to shepherd that wave in. And of course, again, you're not going to be able to get pressure in this lane as Smolder Braum, which means that first Drake is going to have to be given across. But as we said last game, giving over first Drake, giving over second Drake when you're the scaling comp isn't the worst, as long as you're hitting your spikes ready for that third one.
Indeed. And since Shah hasn't been able to participate in any of these fights so far, the Hexcore augments are quite late. She's not able to match up to the wave clear that Rise provides. Kind of stuck underneath here, clearing the wave and even missing some last hits. The second part of that E is so critical for Victor T.
Oh, gets called. Shiro forced to flash as the level 6 comes through, and that's what you get from giving the Smolder 2 early kills.
And that ultimate hurts. Very necessary flash for Shiro there.
Oh yeah, that was
way
bad.
fast. But yeah, this top lane is not going to get any easier for Lizia either. Like, Trundle doesn't even have first item finished. And as long as he doesn't have Legion, there is a chance for a surprise gank to maybe get a kill on the top side of the map. But after the first item's done, this Trundle is not going to be easy to stop.
Aldous feeling confident as the handshake comes out. Damage will drop. Shiro holds his nerve, does not burn the bailout. Sheena is lurking. Does have the cease and desist available. Nickel might well be the target. Cleanse up, flash up, however, needs to be careful. Look at the angle in. Vault Breaker charged. I feel like would the instant ultimate there have been wrong? I mean, I suppose Cultus and Column were still pushing the wave in, so Sheena might have found herself in a rather rough situation under the tower had she done so.
Mikkel also has both secured.
Yeah, but plates being secured in what should be a heavily losing matchup for the Smolder. This dive, this botched dive by GG has really changed the dynamics of this lane.
Yeah, and this may even enable G2 Hell to play for the upcoming Dragon in about 3 minutes. Kalta should have her first item for that fight. And as long as Ericsson and Bash don't get anything in these couple of minutes' time, I feel like G2 Hell may be strong enough to win.
First item already completed, as it is going to be the Essence Reaver. So it is the traditional carry build coming out for Cultus here. But she is so accelerated in this game. Picking up those 2 kills. We need to see her start to leverage it, though, obviously. Get those stacks going as quickly as possible, because 125 is when you start to get really scared.
Yeah, it's only the stacks that Cultus really cares about, and since Shiro and Mikkel are so low range, she doesn't even need to hurry. He will generate them passively just by hitting the Ws, just by hitting the AoE Qs. While G2 Hell isn't really even in a hurry anymore. Anywhere on the map, they just need to survive and hold on, play for the dragon, show Lizia is losing the tower eventually, as Orn Trundle usually does. But as long as no kills go over to the Ryzen or the Viego, they're completely fine.
Speaking of Viego, ward gets put down by Lizia, will spot out Vash on the second set of grubs, and it will be taken without contest, which means that these towers are in even greater danger as Fat Shield. The knock-up misses from Lizia, the flash out, trying to get away. The tower will be her very best friend for a moment, but it's sure to drop pretty soon, and soon after that, she will as well. Fat Shield, it is going to be a formality. One more auto will do the trick. Top tower, top grubs, and Fat Shield in an expectedly good position.
Yeah, the counter pick paying off. This is why R5 is so strong even against the safest of picks on the top side of the map. But again, G2 Hell flexing their advantage on the bot side. Cultus and Columbo feeling quite good. Since Bash was taking the grubs, they got all 6. Of course, good for Garden. They are kind of suffering. Mikkel and Shiro just getting what they can. Don't have the first items yet, so fighting is not an option against the brawled up Smolder. And even with the support of Bash, it could be a difficult fight. But Fat Shield actually rotating over for this dragon.
I mean, what if you have 2 junglers? This.
That's
as you say. Bullies Sheena away, and it will be that second great pickup for Garden Gaming. As you said, the bot side may be struggling, but the rest of the map is doing just fine for themselves. Fat Shield knows that this will be secured, so we'll keep him towards the top side. Not sure if Lizzie was able to pick up a plate, but even so, obviously, she's going to be way down in gold. Handshake is a pretty friendly one, all things considered. Delta Columbus still able to shove in, and we look at these advantages. Top lane, yeah, that's about right. 1.7k for Fat Shield. But we've got an 800 gold advantage for Kaltis, as again, those kills. And now starting to build up a CS lead as well. She could become a big problem later down the line. We've just got to worry about that. I mean, the catch potential is very much there for Garden Gaming.
And coming power spike for Garden as well. Ericsson level 11 will be a nice little chunk of extra Q damage that Ericsson will be able to do. So any catches will be brutal if G2 Hell aren't careful in their offensive playmaking. But as previously mentioned, they aren't in too much of a hurry. They're just having their victors scale up. The only one really feeling the pain at the moment is their jungler. Sheena's topside camps getting cleared away.
I just got flashbacks to Season 2. Lysia, no! You can't be stepping up like that! Bash and Fat Shield. Find her immediately. You can try and run out. But there is the Realm Warp of Ericsson as well. You need to know that topside is not a safe place for you.
Instant response down the bot side of the map though. G2 Hell just pinging straight up. Can we get a pick here? They are overloading the top side of the map. We need to respond. But Mikkel and Shira already recalled. There is no objective to play for other than a tower as well. So this will be a clean trade of objectives with one kill being netted by Garden.
That tower will be secured. I like the fact that Columbus is left bot lane, so all the gold, all the XP from taking that tower down will be secured by Kaltis, so continuing to accelerate. And the Swifties picked up by the Smolder. I'm a fan of that, honestly. The amount of hard CC that should be hitting her should be pretty low in all reasonable circumstances.
What hard CC? Is there hard CC?
I mean, you've got Spectral Maw. You've got the handshake. Shiro, speaking of, lands the handshake onto Kaltis there. Will be forced to flash out, however, but I mean, it's a while until the next objectives are going to come up. 2.5 minutes for the first Ocean Drake of the game. And we're settling in 2k gold advantage for Garden Gaming. You need to see them snowball it more, though, because as you said, there is this sort of inevitability factor for G2 Hell.
It's still going to be a short farming fest while we wait for this dragon to appear. The Herald play is not really something that Garden wants to make before there is something else to pressure on the map alongside the possible tower. And they're still waiting for some extra power spikes. Things like the Ericsson second item will be extremely strong. Kalista would love to get a couple more levels in to catch up to Kaltis. And Fat Shield, if he can get this outside tower, they can get the reset up right before the dragon.
When you've got Titanic Hydra and you are this huge in the game, any recall from the side of G2 Hell is going to be a structure removed. That's the second turret picked up for Garden Gaming. And Sheena, it's got to be feeling a little bit sad. 20 CS down because Fat Shield has complete impunity to walk. Like, I know he's not playing Mundo, but he goes where he plays this game.
Indeed. But here come the resets from both teams. Know what's coming up in a minute or so. First items finished across the table, and what God is going to do by the playbook is set up this Herald, push over in mid, and rotate over to the dragon, try to secure soul point for themselves. And with Fat Shield pressuring this far deep already, the position looks pretty damn good.
Lysia taking a chunk of damage after being trapped in by the pillar. She should be able to hold the tower just okay. And if she's able to keep Fat Shield in close proximity as well, then that will reduce the potential of a TP coming in. You see the wave getting cleared out. Fat Shield's just going to tank it! He's just going to tank it! Call the Forge God coming out, but the healing from the Subjugate is too much, and the callback gets disrupted as well. G2 Hell, they do have the inside line on the Drake here, though. I wonder if Garden Gaming can get hit in time. There are wards, there are TP angles. Instead, it looks like they're going to prioritize the mid-tier one.
Okay, they're just going to trade it in. They're going to get a second charge off as well. And Fat Shield can join this push if he wants to. That would provide a ton of extra power damage.
So many mites.
With Kaltus and Lizzie joining the defense, though, they don't need to overcommit. Instead, reset, grab the jungle resources, grab the waves, and get gold. Second item, Power Spike, is where this Garden Gaming composition is going to be the strongest, so get those items in and start pressuring the map again. Baron's up in 2 minutes, and they may have the DPS to just run at it.
2 items now completed for Fat Shield, Titanic, plus the Sundered Sky. 2 items for Ericsson. Nearly finished stacking the Archangels, and is still stacking away on the Rod of Ages as well. Still a little ways off of a second item from Nickel, but considering the lane state that we found themselves in, that's not too shocking. Only 2 items completed is for Kaltus. All eyes are going to be on that Smolder going forward, and we do see the Shojin will be that second item, and most importantly, we see that second breakpoint hit.
This is where G2 Hell needs to be a bit careful. Sure, Kaltus and Shah are extremely strong as well, with Kaltus finishing the second item. Shah still waiting for hers, but Victor with the proper Hexcore items and level 11 hit will always be a threat. But if they get caught out by a stray handshake, a stray Trundle Pillar, it could spell doom.
Call the devil! No cleanse, no hope, as the dragon is slain. Bash gets to pick up those very nice items.
What's that tower?
It's the Stranglehold. Right now, vision in the bot side is so lacking for the side of G2 Hell that their biggest carry right now in the Smolder will drop. 20 seconds until it comes back up. Hostile takeover comes across with a little bit of damage, but more importantly, it will secure the tier 2 turret in mid. Garden Gaming, they can pull back now. They can look to start at Baron if they feel that way inclined. I mean, it would still be a risk. Shino is on the map. Kaltus has just come back up. They are going to keep it safe. If you can stop Bat Shield's back, there might be an angle here, but also there is just a blast cone right there.
I don't think Bat Shield cares. Even if G2 Hell had a play to go for, he has his teleport. He's just going to head to a sideline and do what Trundle does best. Crack some towers. I'm just still sad about that. You know when you have like a pit in your stomach, you see a Smolder walk into a brush that has no vision and a ward in it and 3 opponents waiting. Even when you're not on the rift, you just feel the sadness by what happened.
Yeah, that was a pretty feels bad moment. A little bit of a collapse as Sheena looking for some damage onto Shiro. The Fate's Call will pull him out to safety. You see the gold lead has ballooned up. We are at 6.5k right now for Garden Gaming. The scaling continues though. If they can't continue to accelerate this advantage, they might open the door for G2 Hell to come back in. Could we have a check on Kaltus stacks? How close is she to that
161. It's just off. Nothing's been happening on the map, so she hasn't been able to hit anyone. Sure, you can farm up quite a bit of stacks, but this ain't the way. This is not the way to get to the incredibly fast 225.
You know what? And I realized that Smolder is quite similar to Victor. You actually do really want to be getting involved in skirmishes a bit to hit your spikes faster.
What is good for G2 Hell, though, is that Shah seems to be able to interrupt Fat Shield's massacre of towers on the side lane. So with Ericsson shoving in the top side of the map, G2 Hell are in a position where they can kind of stall out the game. As long as Garden doesn't suddenly get a spike of confidence and go for the Baron, they're perfectly happy to play like this.
Yep, Shah is just going to be able to clear out waves for the time being. Obviously, she won't be able to do anything about Fat Shield himself, but, I mean, a Trundle can't 1v1 a turret on his own. At least not from full health.
At least not yet. That's
a terrifying point, isn't it?
That's for the hull breaker. Shah, though.
He's feeling confident, though. Gravity Field will be able to keep Fat Shield at bay. He's just stepping in with the Void Might. Half health the turret. And Shah, okay, you're able to take 2/3 of his health bar off. Does that matter? No. Not even slightly. Subjugate is still up. Ghost has been used as well, in fact. As Fat Shield continues to push these waves in. Will relent for now. He's still just looking. Farming for a second where Shah is not positioned correctly. As the next wave comes in, Fat Shield knows there's no Chaos Storm, steps in, beats down the inhibitor turret, breaks it open solo, and we're at 23 minutes. I'm looking at Synapse last game and I was like, that's some side lane pressure. Fat Shield is completely ignoring Shah. She may as well not be there, and the rest of his team's on Baron.
But they trade the dragon for bot-side inhibitor tower, inhibitor, and Baron. Call that worth even if Fat Shield.
Lysia's here now. Fat Shield might just drop, but you've given over the Baron for it.
This is the worst trade deal I've seen in quite a few years.
You are the wind and my wings.
I don't even know how to describe this. You just lost a major objective and your inhibitor for a dragon that isn't even soul point. And this now gives Garden a win condition. They just have to wait 20 seconds and keep the waves as far deep as possible for this Trundle to respawn. They group up. Oh, then never mind. They don't even have to group as a group up as 5 because the Trundle has a hull breaker.
Yep. You want to talk about side lane domination? That is, we're looking at it right here. Fat Shield can TP if he wants to. Right now seems like doesn't feel that dramatic an urge to do so. 3 items, utterly monstrous, and we're still waiting for Kaltis to hit that 225. If she does, then you might be able to deal with Fat Shield if he ever bothers coming to a fight.
And I feel like G2 Hell is again falling into this pitfall trap of not really doing anything. They've been just farming up a storm. They have 2 powerful carries, but they're not really doing anything.
And you know what's emblematic of that? Look, Sheena. Vi, a proactive jungler. 0-0-0.
Well, they're gonna have to do something pretty soon because Fat Shield and Ericsson are pressuring down the topside tower. They're looking for it while channeling the cube.
Is able to keep the wave at bay. As you say, G2 Hell, they need to pull the trigger. Then maybe they're waiting for Kaltis to hit that breakpoint, but you're still 15 stacks away. Sheena looks for Bash, not able to find him, and continuing and continuing. The waves are crashed into the tower. Ericsson now pushing that wave in the bot lane, empowered with the super minions. Fat Shield completely uncontestable on top lane.
And as long as Baron buff lasts, this mid lane tower will fall eventually. They go Fat Shield.
They're looking for the engage, but this is onto Fat Shield. Look at how little damage you are doing. He is healing through everything you can do. Hostile takeover comes across, but Ericsson right now is knocking towards the Nexus turrets. The mid inhibitor will drop here as Garden Gaming break open the base. Yes, we have now seen the Smolder hit that final item breakpoint. But the base is in tatters. The amount of time G2 Hell has left with this inevitability factor of Fat Shield just walking down your base, it feels like they've waited too long.
Thankfully for them, the Baron is now gone, and they have 2 waves of super minions rushing towards their base, so that's a ton of guaranteed income for G2 Hell. So 3rd items most likely will be reached, i.e. these 2 hyper carries. Is it enough is the main thing, because Lysia and Sheena just haven't been able to initiate anything on the map. And Garden can...
I just think, look at how few kills there've been this game. Garden Gaming have purely, like, almost purely been playing the macro game. Like, half of their kills were just Fat Shield in, like, pushing in the top lane.
This has to be the most impactful 1-1-1 top laner that I've ever seen.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
He's just completely taken over the game. And now they just need to close it out somehow before this Victor and Smolder become too big of a threat. They do not have guaranteed ways to get onto them due to this Braum being able to block the hostile takeovers quite consistently. The super minis are where it is going to be. Ashina looking for an engage.
Yes, indeed. It's called the Forge God comes forward. Mom gets called as well.
Nexus!
They
Nexus
don't
go down!
pull the trigger. The Nexus is being engaged upon. The Nexus turrets have dropped. And Fat Shield with the Subjugate is too damn big to be killed. As Garden Gaming, they don't give a damn about your Smolder, about your Victor. It's about the towers. It's about the inhibitors. It's about the Nexus. And in one of the lowest kill games I have seen in Division 2, Garden Gaming will wipe G2 Hell off the board. How you doing, buddy?
The Nexus goes down in a similar fashion as the rest of the game, without a sound.
Why am
just
I think,
complete
George
tunnel
Orwell
vision.
quote? This is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper.
I think so. Like, if the Nexus falls and nobody's there to see it, does it make a sound? Or something? Does it explode? Do we know if it explodes? I guess the camera pans to it.
I feel like there were people there to witness that. We can confirm the Nexus did, in fact, fall. And G2 Hell's woes continue.
Yeah,
They had the scaling comp, but again, this sort of gun shyness. Cultist was so big. You could have played around this Smolder. You could have really stuck the boot into this bot lane. Mikkel and Shiro, they played, for their credit, they played incredibly respectfully. But I think if you brute force that bot lane, the times that they have dared to step out from under their turret, if Sheena's there, just drops the cease and desist on Mikkel's face. But instead, yeah, it felt like you were saying gun shyness led them to, like, the game just walked away from them.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. And we shoulda go to a small break before an interview.
We've got Ericsson coming in a mo. We'll be there back. And we are back once again after 26 minutes of League of Legends gameplay. We are joined by Garden Gaming's Ericsson. Hello, Ericsson.
Hello, guys. How are you doing?
I kind of want to ask about a contrast for you of what was the game plan going in and how did it change as the game went on?
I mean, I think our game plan was pretty clear. Like we just draft like Rice Trundle, and we just wanna play 1-3-1 pretty much the whole game. I mean, enemy comp just wanted to team fight and force, and yeah, we just kind of avoided that throughout the game. When we just pulled them around the map. There was like a total of 8 kills in that game, so it wasn't that much action, but I was hitting towers and minions a lot. So I mean, that was pretty fun.
Yeah, something I want to ask as a mid laner myself. The Rise is picked so early on. Can you explain this pick a little bit to someone who hasn't seen Rise in quite some time?
I mean, I think Rice is pretty strong in the current meta, but a lot of people haven't started really playing it yet, as I can tell. But I mean, I think it's just a strong champ that just kind of gets prio early game. Like you have strong roams into side lanes, and obviously, like in late game, like you saw, we can just kind of end the game just from having an inhibitor down. So, I mean, I think it's a strong pick, but it struggles like yeah, maybe just pure 5v5 and getting outranged. But yeah, I think it's a good jump.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought as well. Seeing the Victor and the Smolder, that you might get outraged at some point, but it didn't really matter when Fat Shield is just taking down tower after tower, as you said.
Never give them a team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can never lose a team fight if we never team fight them, right?
So, as you said, this game was incredibly slow. It just nothing was happening on the map. How does it feel like to you guys in Garden to play this sort of a game when usually the NLC Division 2 games are way more fast paced?
I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, I think it's been something we've been trying in scrims, just like different comps, and well, like we had some decent. I mean, I don't want to draft like leak any draft or anything.
No.
But we, I mean, just
No spoilers.
kind of split pushing comps. Like I think they're pretty strong in this current meta because I feel like a lot of weaknesses in this league is like people's macro, and I feel like we can just abuse that really well by playing like comps like this.
But it doesn't affect the players like in game, like this is so boring. I want to go fight, and someone dives 3 towers on it.
I mean, I think if we win the game, I think no one is like complaining. So
I mean, of course.
I think people were, yeah, they didn't get bored out throughout the game. I think it was an enjoyable game to play from our side.
Strong discipline then. I mean, we saw Fat Shield getting, chopping the bit a little bit. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to tank half of a tier 2 turret. I'm going to tank half of an inhibitor turret. But, I mean, he clearly knew what he was doing because got those objectives and said got that win. Zooming out then, of course, to the rest of the split. I already kind of asked Gallop when we talked after this previous game, as there is a big bunch of people, big bunch of teams, all bundled up around the 5-win, 6-win mark. Who comes out of that rumble other than yourself?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know who is. I haven't looked at the standings, so I don't really know.
It's you guys, Chaos, 42, and Unique.
And Rise, you can count as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
Rise.
Yeah, I mean, I expect Chaos to make it, hopefully. But I'm not sure about the rest. Like, I don't really know them too well, like the players and stuff and how they work. So,
I'm glad you said that, though, Ericsson.
I think Chaos will.
Because that's a fantastic segue, because Chaos are playing our next game of the day. Before we get to that, however, we'll give you, of course, one last moment in the spotlight. Do you want to shout out anybody before we let you go?
Shout out to my team. Yeah, just played well today, I think. So I think everyone on the team, including staff, should be happy about that. And yeah, we'll just keep it going forwards to Friday and next week.
Absolutely. Job well done then. We'll let you go, Ericsson. And as I said just a moment ago, Chaos will be hitting the Rift in just a few minutes' time up against Carolina. We'll be back for that in just a few. And we are back ahead of our third game of the day. Chaos Esports up against... During the break, Calvis told me that I've been pronouncing it wrong the entire time, but I'm too deep in now. It's Carolina, and you can't change it, for me at least. I'll have to go back to the drawing board and try and learn the correct pronunciation.
The Nordic pronunciation is always a little bit weird. When it comes to player names like Concheta or Conche or something like that, it's never the same way in English. But yeah, Carolina are here to play with their new bot lane, Floops and Nodu.
They got Floop back!
Yep, Floops
Let's
and Nodu
go!
are back. And
This is a classic.
they looked very strong when they played last. I think they've already played one game, at least. No, they played 3 against 42, G2 Hell, and Garden, resulting in 1 win so far. So they did break the K5 losing streak, but they are still in dire straits with a 2-8 scoreline, going against Gals 5-5 and facing off a Hat-Tricks who's been showing up recently.
And the rest of the squad's been like, has been no slouch either. Like, Reflect is as eclectic a champion pool as we have ever seen. Newis, absolutely playing his part very solidly. Certified holds a, I'm going to soft spot for Certified as well. Also loves Tabani a little bit. But as we see the first bans come through, that's 5 AD carries in a rumble. And it will be the Maokai taken first by K5. But Senna makes it through, and Chaos will snap that up.
Yeah, Senna has been looking extremely strong, whether that be in the support role or the AD carry, even farming Senna due to the cheapness of lethality items and the power that Senna gets from them is just really good. You farm up to 3 items, then you swap around, start collecting souls, and getting that attack range. As well as the Azir, Hat-Tricks, of course, familiar with these meta champions, will be utilizing him to his full potential. But Akali, I think this is the champion that Vantage has been showing up the most on.
Great to see. Obviously, start of lane, obviously, you're a range champion versus a melee. That goes how you expect it would. But as you get later into the game, the sheer mobility of an Akali makes that life, it's going to make life a little bit more tricky for the Azir, and with potential arrow spam coming out from this Ashe, could also make these, particularly the immobile Senna, have a bit of a rough time as well.
Yeah, this is also pick away, so Senna Ashe is an incredibly annoying lane to play against.
Oh, yes.
But now they lock in the Nautilus, and this provides the bot side with additional CC and pick potential into this immobile Ashe. Sure, you can get engaged onto by the Ashe arrow, but you can also just force it out of her in case she ever mispositions. And Chaos, knowing this, start banning out some junglers that could provide extra follow-up to this Maokai, expecting it to be in the support role for Nodu, Garvin taken away.
Yeah, important that that distinction has been made by Chaos as well. I mean, obviously, if enough good junglers get banned away, then they can just go, here, Afresh, have this instead. And they can look to pick up something else for Nodu. Obviously, historically, quite a big fan of the Blitzcrank.
Or the Thresh.
Exactly.
However, Thresh not very good into the Nautilus.
No.
But still, sometimes the one-trick potential overrides bad matchups, and I don't know, this could be an angle for K5 to go for it, just go for full comfort and try to look for playmaking opportunities down the bot side with the Maokai. I don't think the Master nor the Kayn will be picked here. I'm expecting a little bit more utility. It is Reflect, but...
Yeah, we'll stick to a little bit more tried and true with the Viego, which also is a bit of a rough time for any thoughts of putting the Maokai into the jungle, just the way that Viego likes to build. Pretty good at chopping down trees, even with that sword.
Indeed. Now Braum being covered. Not too many things you can interrupt with the Unbreakable, but you have a bunch of auto attackers and this synergizes extremely well with the Ash, also denies a couple of possible hits on the top side of the map. But this is still... I guess this Braum could be a preemptive Gragas counter pick that Nijuez has shown a couple of times, but it's still a... It also works against Ornn. They're trying to limit the top lane pool from Chaos as much as they can with these last two picks. And if they go for Udyr, I think Udyr could be what they look for here.
Like,
TF's open.
TF is open. Do Cows feel confident picking it up and taking it into the top lane? Instead, going to bounce across a couple of picks. And the Wukong has seen some buffs on 13-3. This is a good day to be me, by the way. I'm eating good today. 3 of my favorite champions already been seen on the Rift. And Wukong getting some buffs, getting increased extra range on the Crushing Blow Q auto attack means that his trading in top lane is that much better. And he also has a pretty good matchup into the Cassante because you can be tricky with the Warrior Trickster.
Yeah, Kong still suffers a little bit from the itemization. Lacking the Gore Drinker Stride Breaker type item is a bit annoying for the monkey, instead having to just rely on straight up damage output through Trinity Force and Eclipse.
All the more is the fact that Divine Sunderer is gone as well, because he was hard bound to that item.
That as well, like just lacking the Sheen item. Sure, Sundered Sky is somewhat a replacement for that, but the Trinity Force just provides so much value with the Sheen proc. It's pretty much a must build. And yeah, since Wukong isn't that tanky anymore, he is very volatile as a champion when it comes to frontlining against these surprisingly explosive top lane champions of nowadays.
2023 design. Cassante is going to be... I don't expect the early lane to be particularly explosive in theory, especially if you can get that passive stacked up on Wukong. You can fully trade with the Cassante. The problem is that you're probably going to run out of mana before the Cassante does.
Yeah. Both of them are going to be running out of mana if they trade, really. I think.
The trade will go on forever, and neither of them will take any actual meaningful damage.
It's going to be a game of resets. Whoever gets the better resets wins that lane until the level 9 mark, where I think Cassante will start taking over again. But Wukong should be looking to join his team more so, considering the team fighting potential that the rest of Chaos are bringing against K5. You have the Senna Nautilus to roam around the map with challenge objectives, getting those extra souls wherever she goes. You have the Azir for the extra peel. If the Maokai Akali ever overextend, they can get blown instantly by a death charged CC combination. There are tools there, and compared to the last game, a lot more moving parts.
We'll see those parts in motion as we get onto the Rift just now. Cardavis 2-8. I'm still not going to be able to pronounce it correctly. Carolina is how I have remembered it for so long. Chasing the pack a bit, 2-8 right now. But with the return of the classical bot lane, Floops and Nodu might just be a herald.
Hold on. Why does Nautilus have teleport?
Oh, this is the thing. When you go for Fasting Senna, you can actually go teleport on your support. Certified will get spotted out. It does take a Winter's Bite, but it's not really going to be all that much. And that, of course, means that Neowis towards the top side will be able to wander in, play, have a little bit of a mess around in the jungle, and then we'll drop a ward and be able to spot out Afrish on his clear.
Yeah, and if Stardust isn't careful, Kong is
Minions have spawned.
unexpectedly strong level 1 with the passive, able to stack up some nice amounts of armor and magic resist. Even the Conqueror, just getting a favorable trade would be nice, but since Frush is starting on the top side of the map, he won't be looking for anything weird. Akali also tossing down a ward over to the Raptors, I think. There it goes.
Very late ward, yeah. Spots
Advantage.
out reflect on the chickens, so both teams are fully aware, or pretty much aware, of the respective junglers' starts. Look towards the bot lane though. Floops and Nodu immediately dropped the ignite, immediately dropped the slows, and it's just a walk down. Flash out from Certified, but Floops is already ghosted, and the Ashe will pick up first blood.
And this is what having no combat summoners does to a lane. Ashe Braum just instantly take control, and Certified now has the lane. The rest of the lane with no summoner spells will get horribly zoned out by this duo. And I think the wave is even pushing due to the spells expended in that previous fight. Another thing that I noticed that is odd, Hatrix has Grasp.
Okay.
Hatrix is also getting all in.
Vantage looking for the angle in the mid lane. Gonna take a large chunk of damage for his double Hatrix. And just going for that survivability with the Grasp. And of course, because the soldiers proc on hit effects like the Grasp, it is in theory pretty good. Of course, most tend to prefer the fleet footwork, so we'll see how the Grasp works as we continue to go through the game as Reflect is lurking into the bot side jungle of Afresh. Has foregone his bot side camps. Now will become aware. Afresh still unaware as he's trying to flash away. Will be able to avoid the Spectral Maw, and the slow from the Bramble Smash might just be able to get him out. The chase through coming out though. Kaos, they're able to get there first. Certified and Sharp will set up, and that's a kill for Hatrix.
And Afresh's Bramble Smash gets him away from the claws of Reflect, right into the hook, line, and sinker of Sharp. They had the lane priority and, of course, are able to rotate over, but still getting zoned out by Nodu and Floops, just controlling the wave till the end of time. Only now starting to push, and the C, you can see it in the CS differential. 21 for Ashe, and barely breaking the 10 for Sharp.
Worth noting as well, as we've seen in the past, no support item off the bat in this center lane. They want to go for the extra combat stats. We see how well that went, but of course, it does mean that Certified is going to have to wait until their first proper match, not the forced one, to pick up the support item.
It's not fun to be the Cars bot lane in this matchup. Even Afresh still rotating over to this side of the map, making sure that the crash goes well and they could look even for a dive, but the Maokai overstanding.
Gets caught out again. Floops and Nodu, they can try and make their way over. Afresh dropping like the Guardian from Nodu will do good work. Kaos now need to turn this one around. Certified being targeted up. The stun will land. Sharp cannot body the damage. They're continuing to push forward. Reflect is there. They will be able to get back to the safety of their turret, but Sharp so low. Certified so low. Reflect not really able to find an angle in.
Even the Winter's Bite hitting takes a huge chunk out of the Senna's HP. And bot lane is so volatile. Floops and Nodu still fairly healthy. Could even look to poke them out, force them to base on a bad reset. And it's just so hard to defend against the K5 bot pressure. And since Reflect took part in that skirmish, normally you'd respond to this by taking the grubs for free. But with the bad resets all the way through...
Willis shows up and Afresh has no flash. To be able to try and get away. Flash from Nearwis, still trying to get the kill onto Afresh. The footwork out from Stardusting to try and make it happen. Is able to pick up the kill. The tower will secure the kill back for Starduster in trade. Great movements though from Nearwis, taking advantage of the fact Starduster wasn't safe.
Yeah, I was about to say about the bad resets. Afresh had got 1-2, so Reflect is able to make it to the top side in time to start up the grubs as his top laner makes the play, takes the jungler out of the game, and secures the objectives for Gals. Well, at least we have action. I almost forgot what this feels like in the early game. 6 minutes in, we have 4 kills. And
Indeed.
Reflect just coming out ahead on the jungle side of things in this early game. But the bot side gap is starting to show.
50. I mean, this is going to be double. It's going to be double CS for Floops over Sharp, who is the one who's meant to be farming, even though Certified is the one taking most of the minions right now. You can't step up to the wave. It is going to put you in tower range. You are going to get walked down.
And as long as they keep just stacking up these waves, if they get crash 2 at the same time, Afresh can rotate over and they just straight up dive Certified. The shop isn't level 6, so the peel from Chaos just isn't there. And not only Afresh isn't rotating, Vantage wants to join the fight, has level 6 available, so the damage will be relentless.
Speaking of Afresh, is currently towards the bottom side of the rift. It looks like it's taken away Reflect's Grom. Does mean that the dive potential is there. Certified yet to hit level 5. This wave should do it. And right now, it's looking kind of difficult, I think, for K5 to find that dive they want near us. They do a decent chunk of damage. Depth charge came out from Sharp onto Floops, but easy enough to walk away from with the Ghost. And we're seeing a bit of a split map going on here. Reflect just walk towards the top side of the rift. It does mean that the Drake will be taken in a very delayed trade for the Grubs.
Yeah, the split map not really favoring Chaos here, since there is no objective on the other side of the map. And Starduster, actually, a beautiful read coming in from the all-in of the Wukong. W's the first Cyclone, gets out for free, basically, and prevents any further all-in. Should have control of the lane for quite some time here, as the arrow lands.
Arrow landing onto Sharp. The flash away is good. The stacks are coming through, though. Certified can cleanse. Nature's Grasp coming through. Afresh looking to make it happen. Floop's dropping incredibly low, however, and Reflect is now here, looking for the run down. The Viego hunting, has the flash. The slows are coming through, though. Reflect not able to find his prey. In fact, Afresh now looking to go forwards. You've got to be careful, though, because Floops cannot get caught up here. Is going to, as Reflect is resetting, able to take down a third kill onto Nodu as well. The tower takes him down, though, but this has revitalized the cow spot lane.
Well, that's a disaster. K5 did not want that to go. They smelt the turnaround. If they had just one more auto attack from the Ashe, they probably could have taken down Reflect without giving over a single kill. Instead, Reflect is now 3-1-1. This Viego got a Kraken Slayer at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he's gonna be able to melt anyone who dares step close to him. As the Grubs are respawning, Wukong has lane priority, and he can start moving disadvantage across the map.
And Carvis, do you remember when I said in Champion Select that Viego is good at cutting trees?
True.
How does Afresh, like, influence objectives at this point? Like, Nature's Grasp is all well and good, but you go in to this team and you are dead.
Indeed. You need Vantage to join you. Vantage needs to delete people out of the team fight, but without this first item, Akali just doesn't really do much. Stardust...
Who's coming out of Starduster? They have found Reflect, looking to get the all-out. Gets cancelled with the Spectral Maw. Stardust is still trying to find the pullback. You need to be on the other side of him for that and get the knockback. Might just be able to do it. Doesn't really matter, though, as Afresh is able to pick up the 600 gold shutdown. And with all of those bodies towards the top side as well, Carolina can look to take away that second set of Grubs, or at least deny the 5 buff.
Well, you may not need the Akali, if you have a Xante to fill in for the DPS. So, Reflect may be able to take down the tree, but an angry man running at you, dragging you through walls, not able to deal with that just yet. The shutdown not only secured, but the objective as well, as the grubs go mostly in favor of Gauss, but they managed to deny the additional spawns of the mine.
For not quite enough to get the little buddies spawning as well. There's the map. I think things go a little bit quieter for a moment. I'm gonna soak it up. This is a more chill moment. We've got 2 minutes until the next break spawns. Just shy of 2 minutes until Shelly graces us with her presence as well. What do you want these teams to do with that time? Is there do they have differing goals, or is it really just get spikes?
It's not only to get spikes, they need to set up the lanes properly. 1 minute and 30 for the dragon, so vision can be preemptively set before they go for the extra resets if they haven't already done so. As you see, the Scuttle has been secured by Gauss, and Hatrix rotating back out mid lane to cover for the wave that is being pushed up. Certified and Sharp get their resets, finishing their first items, as Starduster once again looking for an all-in on the top side of the map.
He's looking for the damage. Neo's currently on the run as the all-out comes out, and the damage from the K'Sante might just be too much. Neo's forced to flash away as Hatrix takes some damage from Wantage. Hasn't used the perfect execution just yet. Can we have a look at Hatrix actually? I wonder how much health he has actually gained from the Grasp. How is the Grasp doing for him this game?
It is. There we go, 25. We can't say how much health he has gotten, but...
it's 25 times 7, hang on.
That's quick math.
140, 175 bonus.
I'm a languages student, I haven't been made for this.
Yeah, I think that's 175 bonus health, which, I mean, that's 175 more health that Akali has to burn through in later game fights.
True. Main question is, how impactful will it be in these upcoming fights for the Dragon, which K5 are already setting up for? The flank wards are there for Gauss if they needed DJs to teleport in, can easily make it over the wall with a decoy, but Starduster, a bit separated, they're already burning down the Dragon.
It may just be as simple as that. K5 actually looking for the engage now. Reflect, takes up some damage. Sharp is able to absorb well as Vantage. Looking for the backline. Certified is certified dead. Nearest does actually TP in, but there's absolutely nothing to be done. Sharp drops as well as the block of Carolina members able to take that one down, just as Shelly has spawned as well, so that's an easy take for them also.
It feels like the fight was a bit mistimed by Gauss. Getting caught out by the Maokai ultimate didn't buy enough time for Nidris to finish the teleport. He had to run all the way behind the Dragon Pit to get into the fight, but by that time Certified was already dead and gone. They can look for Floops though.
That is going to be a Cyclone. The flash out from Floops is now looking for the chase, but Reflect is nearby. The wave being pushed in as well. The TP coming out, the respect from K5. They know they want to keep their Ashe safe, and so Starduster will burn that cooldown to protect her.
And a Frush is there on the top side of the map. I don't think Certified and Sharp have the damage to deal with this Maokai, who has already got the Knight's Wow. Vantage almost getting picked off in the mid lane. Doesn't have the perfect execution to fight back with. So, for now, Gauss finding themselves in a pretty good spot on the map. But since there's no objectives to play for, they are kind of stuck in status quo. Not able to siege anything, just trying to force these waves over to the towers and play around the herald that the Maokai is holding. Shouldn't be seeing it used though for quite some time. No objectives on the map and nothing to force to play with.
Yeah, right now we return to that chill state. Support items have been completed, which of course Blood's nice off the certified. We gotta be careful, he's got no cleanse. Afrush able to find the angle in all of the CC being dropped onto the center. Vantage will be able to pick that one up. Nodu chasing and will land the stun onto Reflect. It's gonna force out the Heartbreaker. We'll be able to get to safety as the top laners continuing to dance back and forth, clearing waves and clearing them back in return. Great catch though. K5 looking forwards. Vantage now looking to drop the damage with the Lich Bane onto Hatrix.
He's there to back him up though. So if Hatrix gets all in here, it will get quite spicy for Vantage to get himself out of that situation. Now K5 wants to continue the play though. Already getting a couple of catches onto Certified on this top side of the map, and with Floops and Noda there, they can keep this going. Not using the charge just yet. Now Noda hops in.
Goes Nodu.
Reflect is there on the
We're
flank
looking
though.
for the knockup. Reflect is there on the flank, but can they find the angle in? Harrowed Path has only got Afrush to contend with. Breakable used out from Nodu as well. Spectral Maw has to be used backwards. Chaos feeling confident enough to look for the play. Hook lands onto Afrush. That forces out the TP from Wantage. Hatrix also came in, but he's currently in the top side river. Now looking to make his way back towards the mid lane. Starduster and Nearest. It is just the standard back and forth between top laners, but the regen that Wukong passage gives means that slowly but surely Nearest is getting the upper hand in these fights.
Yeah. I think my favorite thing about the entire fight is Vantage and Hatrix teleporting in, not joining the fight at all, getting back to mid at the same time. Literally nothing happened.
They're eager to fight, and I mean, we already have 12 kills as opposed to the 8 of last game. But right now, I mean, it's pretty damn even. Near as damn it. You've got a 500 gold advantage for K5. They have the 2 Drakes stacking in their favor. It's 40 seconds until the next one. How are we feeling about spikes, Thomas? You feel like this is the one that Chaos want to contest?
Chaos just,
Blue team's turret has been
while they
destroyed.
do have these spikes going on, they need to play it extremely carefully due to Vantage and Stardust being as strong as they are. If, with all the cooldowns that Chaos can burn, don't get a kill and resets going for Reflect, they can get kited down by Floops and Gang with the front-to-back team fighting that they are able to do. Sure, you have things like Hatrix, who can pop the Ashe with a Shurima Shuffle right into its own team, but it's so damn difficult to find that sort of angle.
Stardust going through the Hex Gate, looking for the angle in. Will force Chaos to scatter. They are fully grouped up as 5. Vantage looking for that angle in. The poke from Hatrix is doing great work. Nodi taking a lot of damage. Will be able to drop the Unbreakable. Stardust looking to go in. Shot dropping low as the backline is found, but the shuffle back is strong. Nearest able to do a lot of damage. Stardust still staying alive for so long in the backline. The Wukong also staying alive for a while, but it's Floops who is utterly untouched in the fight. Triple kill for the Ashe, and it's all Hatrix can do to run back to his tower tail between his legs, as that will be soul point for K5.
Still a 4 for 3 as Hatrix positions really well throughout the entire team fight. Sure, his team may have died, but he gets a couple of kills to his name, still trying to keep Chaos afloat. But as you said, soul point, and it's once again a Hex soul that teams are playing for. Looking rough for the red side. As in that fight, I already mentioned what Chaos wants to look for in a team fight. Guess who was the first one to fall? It was Reflect. And once the Virgo dies, right before the kills go over, one of the main backline axes is just gone. And you can see that Floops went completely untouched. Hatrix could not dive in, had to ult defensively to get the Wukong off of himself. And it's just the Ashe DPS with the Bork, with Terminus, too much to deal with without a dedicated hard tank frontliner.
And that was the little worry that came into my head. The Wukong, I love the champion, but in a composition like this, which feels like quad threat plus a Nautilus, is, yeah, who is taking the damage? Because Shock can only last so long in these fights. Yes, he is farming Nautilus, but is over 50 CS down onto Floops, unsurprisingly. Gold-wise, he is yet to hit the point where he can be that reliable frontline. We see Reflectors now got Sterex Gauge, which will remedy that a little bit. Rush has now found the TP coming in from Hatrix, however. Nature's Grasp going to drop as well. The shuffle back, Afrush will get put under the tower. Trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Vantage doing the damage. Neowis dropping extremely low. Starduster on the chase, using the all-out to try and find the Wukong. Starduster unable to do so, and now in a very nasty spot as its Reflect will come in. Hatrix will go unstoppable. The punish is very, very good, but the pressure is still in K5's favor.
Bit of a, what do you think? An unprompted misplay, a whoopsie from K5 as they really wanted to get that kill onto, oh, God. You can really see that I'm really tired from the LAN party, can't you? Anyway, they really wanted to get the kills.
You're feeling a bit.
And Starduster just thinks he can go for it with the all out, maybe bring himself next to the low HP target and pick up 2 at once. But Stardust and Vantage just both completely missed their abilities. There's nothing else to it. And now Chaos has the gold lead back. They got a couple of shutdowns, and Hatrix looking very well.
Yeah, this is reminiscent a little bit of Game 1, the Hui being immense. It does feel like this is a similar situation, that a lot of pressure is being put squarely on Hatrix's shoulders to bring Chaos through this game.
It just feels like, I think K5 is having a problem with angles. They really need to find a flank with either the Maokai or the Akali. Maybe with an Ash arrow from the front, and then once Chaos positions themselves...
Sorry, I need to derail your fantastic analysis. Are you ready for this?
Okay.
Battle Academia Cassante, but the Enkofos are protractors. You know, the circular measures thing. And that would help them with their angles.
You're thinking with school paraphernalia. Well,
meanwhile, Afrush has been found, has been caught, and that's a jungler down. All of a sudden, we were talking about Chaos being in a little bit of a rough spot. They find a pick, they find a free Baron.
Yeah. As we are thinking about what's the optimal way to find angles, Chaos puts it into their hands.
They are stuck in a very small space right here. Stardust able to lock them up very nicely. Vantage doing the damage. Shot is the first to drop. The front line of Chaos trying to keep them at bay. Reflect will get that kill onto Vantage. Nodu and Floops still trying to stand strong at the front. The Ashe is doing great damage, but Hatrix is too big. Certified has come online. Reflect comes from downtown to join in on the kill. Baron hasn't gone down, sure, but so many K5 members have, and they are more than willing to just start this up again.
Not only is Hatrix too big, when did his HP bar get that big? All those grasp
can we check grasp again, please?
How many is that? Because that's 44.
Maths. 140, 280 plus 28, that's 308 health.
That's a lot of HP for an Azir to play with.
Yeah, and you're talking about it, the grasp makes it harder for Vantage to find his assassinations. Case in point, Azir, 702, looking nigh unassailable in this game. Already got 2 items completed. Gonna get himself a nice little Void Staff as well. And K5 might just melt in the face of the Emperor.
And this is... You can just see how critical this Maokai is for the entire game plan of K5. Once the Maokai is not there, locking these carries down for any possible assassination angle or even a straight up 5-on-5 front-to-back team fight is straight up impossible. Stardust and Nodu cannot provide the additional guaranteed utility that the Maokai provides. And
that's pretty much why we have seen Maokai for like a year straight. It's just that nobody does what he does quite as well.
And it's even more emphasized by what Afrosh is building. He's just straight up a utility bot for his team, has the Locket, has the Knight's Vow in his inventory. So if he's there getting caught out with the rest of his team, all that utility is just gone off the map. And Trick's perfectly happy playing like this, just forcing these towers to go down.
Side lane warrioring for Hatrix. The Demolish will help him take down that tier 2 turret. And Chaos, they're still threatening. They are still going, you know, ooh, are you still awake, K5? Are you still paying attention? And it turns out they are at the moment. But if they do stop paying attention, if they do fall behind on their due diligence, then we've already seen Chaos start off the Baron twice. 3rd time's the charm.
It could be. This time it is the full brute force of 5 K5 members approaching, but they're still struggling to find the flanks that they need. And Stardust, if he's not careful, can caught out. Patrick's actually forcing Nijuis to use his ultimate advantage. Is getting taken out, just throws down.
I'm gonna guess that has to be a red buff, but yeah, the combination of Nijuis and Hatrix able to take down the Akali, and now Baron again. Where is the flanking angle? Where is the threat? Starduster is tanky, yes, and all that's going to do some decent work, but is it going to be enough? I'm not sure. Chaos going to step away from the Nature's Grasp for a second. Baron heals up a little bit, but that damage is kind of just gravy. Afrosh, you need to get into this pit. Out comes the damage. The Nox-ups are able to keep K5 out of the pit. Hatrix dropping low flukes, not quite able to find the kill. Starduster is able to find Certified from the backline here. He's continuing to hunt down. Sharp will drop as well. Chaos, they are able to get out with Baron on 3 of their more important members, and at the end of the day, that's fully worth it.
Hatrix surviving there is huge for Chaos. It was a lost team fight, but if the Azir had fallen and a huge shutdown was
1,000 gold to Ashe.
Yeah, that would have been almost game turnaround just from that single shutdown. Still, 3 Baron buffs surviving. They have to wait for Certified and Sharp to get back onto the Rift to continue the pressure. But the siege potential just
huge.
Should be relentless from here on out. Vantage already proven on the top side of the map that he cannot stand against Hatrix and, for example, Nijuis or Reflect following him up. And the rest of the team may not be able to find an engage angle without one of these assassins there to follow up the CC with.
30 seconds until the next Drake spawns onto the Rift, however. Would be Soul for Carolina, and so you can see they are stepping in. They are putting down their vision. Doesn't mean Cows are resting on their laurels, however. And I mean, right now, Floops is clearing away the mid lane. Cows know they have the numbers advantage.
Still, hard to get the engage going without Sharp there.
Well, I don't know. With the damage like that, down goes Afrosh. The jungler is removed. Starduster. I swear we thought this Cassante was tanky about 5 minutes ago, but gets removed like he is nothing. That would be Chaos peeling on back for their second Drake of the game. Thoughts of a Soul long gone.
That's what for item Azir will do to you. Hatrix just taking over the game. This is the reason why this player has been hyped up. I've been speaking to a ton of the players here in NLC Division 2, and one name that always comes up, who is the hardest to play against, it is this man in the mid lane for Gauss. Vantage now holding his best against
Blue team's turret
the
has been
Azir, but the tower is just
How much is there to
nothing.
do? Full map pressure for Chaos right now. Tier 2 turret in the mid lane will drop as well. The base has already been broken open. They're, you know, insult to injury. Clear out all the camps. Take every single gold piece that you can take away from K5 here. They will step forwards. They are going to be able to clear out some vision. But I mean, Chaos is long gone by that point.
And again, there
Red
is
team's turret has been
a
destroyed.
chance for K5 to find a miracle fight, but they haven't been able to pull the trigger themselves for quite some time now. Every single time they're responding to something that Chaos is doing, whether that be the Dragon, whether that be the Baron, whether that be a shove in or a catch, K5 just can't seem to find an angle to look for a play themselves. Constantly stuck bombing these waves, defending against a level 18 Azir now.
Yep. Hatrix, absolutely monstrous in this game. Looking to try and put Chaos into fully winning ways. Match that
Arrow?
up. Arrow does land onto Hatrix here. There is an Emperor's Divide, however, and he shuffles out. No pressure, no worries. Flash from the flat does have to be used. Starduster potentially on the chase, but the chase really just isn't there when elsewhere on the map you've got Cows looking to break open a second inhibitor turret. They will do so. They will have to leave, however, before K5 are able to find their engage. Starduster is continuing forwards. Nodu looking for the angle in. Shop may have to be left behind. The Hatrix has TP'd into the play. No ultimate, but he's got so much damage, and he's able to play and keep K5 at arm's length. Sharp will drop. Neos certified, he can still put that damage down. Hatrix is still free hitting as the damage comes through. Starduster will drop. Floops 6 and 2. He's big, but you can't deal with this Azir. And all the while, Reflect is in the top lane, breaking open that last inhibitor turret. Vantage is going to have to go and deal with that. But that now means it's even harder to deal with the Azir across the other side.
Team Solo top gets the inhibitor tower as the second inhibitor falls. Well, soon enough anyway, as the opponent starts breaking it down. Just looking so hard for K5 to defend against this. And it's all down to these front-to-back team fights, always going the way of Chaos. Even expanding the Maokai ultimate here to finally...
Coming forwards, though, Hatrix might find himself in some trouble. Stunned up, locked up by Afrosh, uses the Emperor's Divide, but that's 1,000 gold shutdown for Vantage. TP's coming in, Sharp Neos joining the fray. The flash out from Floop to try and get away from the Cyclone will not matter, though, as more Chaos bodies get put onto the field. Afrosh trying to run away. He will get cut down by Neos, and now it's but Stardust still left on this Cassante to defend the base against 4 very hungry members of Chaos. It feels like, even without Hatrix, perfect game lost. I don't know how much Chaos will care, Carvis, as they will take down K5. 35 minutes on the clock. And they will set themselves at 6 and 5.
It was looking good for K5 in the early stages of the game, but that's what the experience that Hatrix has brings to the table. When it comes 30 minutes on the clock, he starts to take over the game, and I'm just flabbergasted by this Azir performance. Just an immaculate play by the cast mid laner. They may have gotten the 1,000 gold shut down onto him eventually, but what did it cost? Literally everything.
So, Grasp Azir new meta?
It worked. I haven't seen it previously, but it did work. I guess it's one of those. If you're not gonna get harassed in lane at all, why take the fleet footwork? Might as well take the extra damage and the extra HP from the grasp. And the demolish, honestly, put in quite a bit of work when it came to pushing those towers even quicker than he normally does.
Fantastic performance from Hatrix. I'm sure we'll see some more grasp Azir if the situation does call for it. We are going to throw it across to a little break, of course, while we set up the interview. Shop will be joining us after this. Welcome back for our final interview of the day. That is Canvas and I, as we are joined by Sharp of Chaos. Congratulations on your 6th win.
Thank you. Yeah, we started off a bit rocky this season, I think, but we finally have a positive win rate, so we're on the up and up. By Chaos
Hitting your
stuff.
stride. Well, before we start talking about all the good parts of this game, I kind of want to hone in on early lane, because you and Certified did not have an easy time of it. After obviously the level 1 went rather south. Like, what were you and Certified like thinking, doing? Like, what was this like the plan for bot lane until Reflect kind of came and got those 3 kills?
Yeah, we weren't too worried, just because of the way you play with fasting Senna, because it just scales so well. Because she still gets a lot of stats from the stacks, and she gets gold from the support item, and then obviously I become super tanky. So we weren't that worried, but although I will say that the Brom lane is super annoying for Nautilus, so later on at least it got very frustrating to play against.
Yeah, and it wasn't just you guys who had to deal with that frustration. Overall, it felt like you guys didn't really have the greatest of times until Viego got those couple of kills. How does the team function and coordinate if something goes wrong? Like you lose an important team fight, like some of the fights in this game went 4-3, some of the fights in the early game didn't go bad. Do you guys like try to refocus, or does someone like Hatrix just take over and like this is what we're gonna do?
Yeah, after I think the dragon fight, the first big one or whatever, we got like demolished because they got a flank and a great Maokai ult. Then the atmosphere was quite low, but you just kind of have like half a minute of a bit of silence, and then they see a play they can do, and you get some momentum going. So it goes up and down, but yeah, definitely at that point it was kind of low.
And well, you guys recovered pretty well and eventually got the game back under control. Great front to back team fighting. And this was the first time we saw I think that was the first time we saw a Grasp Azir along
First
with
time I
a
have.
Nautilus with teleport and a Wukong top laner. Usually you guys have been one of the more standard teams in the league when it comes to playing meta. Are you guys starting to cook up a little bit more as you get more comfortable with the season, as you say, or where did this innovation come from?
Well, Hatrix was first time in Grasp. I guess he heard about it from somewhere. For the Nautilus, I tried a few things because I just started playing with the team recently, and the teleport with
I had
the
a
fasting.
second.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I had to take a second to let that sink in. Man, first time's Grasp Azir and does that. Where are people like that in my solo queue games?
In Masters.
Yeah. I mean, he's playing against Akali, so I guess he knew he's going to get a lot of auto-sauce, and Maokai doesn't really have a lot of gank threat, because they don't really have enough damage to kill him. But yeah, and the Wukong, I guess News just wanted to play, so we gave him that one, but he's back on Ornn duty, and so can't give him too much.
Well, at least he got to enjoy it for one game.
So, I mean, I told about this during the off bit, but I'm going to hit you with the same question I've been hitting other winners, because we've had a lot of mid-table winners today. And that's outside of yourself, because that's a cop-out. I'm not going to let you do it. I want you to name one other team in the sort of mid-pack rumble. So we got like Ruse, we've got Garden Gaming, we've got Unique coming up nowadays as well. Who would you sort of pin as another team you think is going to make playoffs?
Yeah, because Blue White, Witch Gang, and Fourth World are kind of locked, and then there's 4 teams there.
Well,
yeah,
they're a little bit clear of the rest of the pack.
Yeah. I was gonna say that I think Witch Gang was the best, but at least because I liked their mid game the most when they played against us. But if I had to choose from the middle of the pack, I guess Guardian Gaming, I think. Yeah, they've been doing all right here and there. I mean, obviously they're kind of like us, having around 50% win rate, but I think they're going to join us in playoffs.
They're both at 6 and 5. So
yeah,
matching up the scoreline, brethren. All right, good to hear. We'll see if that proves to be prophetic as the rest of the split goes on. Before we let you go, then Sharp, do you want to shout anyone out?
Yeah, shout out to Certified Mom on Twitter, our biggest fan.
Yes,
Thank you.
Based. We see you as well. Thank you for being a positive force. All right. Thank you so much, Sharp, for coming along for the interview. That's going to do it for Carlos and I, at least for the day, but we are going to throw it to a break. We've got 2 more games coming on up, and they'll be brought to you by my British brethren. We've got J-Real, we've got Temporal coming in. You're in good hands for the rest of the day, and especially want to stay tuned for that Blue-White Rich Gang Rumble for game number 5. We'll see you another time, but plenty more action to come.
We are back, and obviously it's 2 new casters, 2 new games, but the same NLC Div 2. I'm J-Roll, this is Temporal. Temporal, how you been, man? How you been?
I'm alright, I'm okay. Failing to think of a time-based pun. Work's been fun, work's been great, and League of Legends has been pretty fun as well. NLC Div 2 I think's worked out pretty interesting. This split, we have pretty tight field, and we were talking about it off stage, and I wanted to bring it up at the start. Just because I think you've convinced me even more how like a bunch of these mid-pack teams, man, it's not the power, it's the consistency, and the consistency is getting there. The improvement over this split, pretty viable, pretty interesting to watch.
I think a lot of teams kind of found their footing, as we are going to be going into Champ Select pretty quick, actually. They found their footing, they found their style, they kind of found what they enjoy. And I feel like that's obviously breathed in a new life to a lot of them. I will say, I haven't casted Fortitude Gaming for a while. When I did, though, they beat Rich Gang. So this team is definitely good if they play on a good day, right? I feel like good 42 can crush anyone, but then the same has to be said for my personal dark horse of the split, right? It is Ruza. I feel like Ruza, genuinely, you could tell me one day they're going to be Rich Gang and then lose to the last place team like the next. It would not surprise me.
Yeah, they dealt what we thought at the time an invincible fourth wall. Devastating defeat. Last time I was on here, that was an incredible show. Bans coming out, proactive jungle picks moved away. Lee Sin and Lilia, pretty high priority, pretty skill expressive. So we're looking at knocking down some target bans here. We're not going for like general good pick removal, except Wei, who I think is now instant pick and ban across the entire NLC. Strong man.
Yeah. Karma still up. I feel like, is there some remnants of Twisted Fate? Do we maybe see it?
Twisted Fate's still crazy. Crazy. I have got it open.
It's my least favorite pick to play against, I'll be honest. Like top lane,
lost to it in their last game. Blue White's destroyed Ruza with a 22 KDA. Twisted Fate top. We'll see whether they've fallen for that one again. Wow.
I gotta say it, Ruza are up there for my favorite team because they played a Lowy, but we're seeing that Twisted Fate again. It's looming. The curse, it's like a ghost. It's like chasing them. It's just like, ooh. If they lose again to Twisted Fate, it has to be a ban next week.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's only so many times you can get away with like, oh, the Twisted Fate's not the problem. He's not the problem, but he keeps doing it again and again. Easy lock in 1-2 with the Maokai. Super long range engage. To counter that, Tristana is pretty interesting. The range sort of forces the Twisted Fate into rapid fire cannon if he's going to interact with her on side. Also has the power in that side lane to match.
I'm also a little interested to see how they kind of play around this Twisted Fate, right? Because obviously, top lane Twisted Fate, very popular, very normal. Could also go mid, could even go ADC if they're feeling a little bit different about it. So I do like that they've gone for the Tristana. It does make me wonder, have they opened themselves up for a counter pick? Obviously, the Syndra being hovered there. Nice new splash art skin for that Syndra as well.
Yeah. Powerful disengage mage. So I guess 42 going for the best of both worlds. They want to engage from long range, they want frequent disengage, and the Scat of the Week can even push Flamey away on the jungle brand. So reasonable holding at arm's length. In my mind, 42 also want to go for something deep in the bot lane here. Vayne would not be bad. I've enjoyed it up against Smolder. I think it has a reasonably good matchup, even though he scales better later on. That threat of assassination really puts a damper on the little dragon. With 42 with that in mind, they're going to remove team fighting picks from the top lane, so this Aatrox that is just a bit of a powerhouse won't be coming through to give the TF grief in the early game and then to swing through a team fight later on.
Yeah, Friday's games showed how strong Aatrox can be. Get it out, get it gone. It's not worth letting it through. The Xin Zhao as well has been played a lot. I will say mixed reviews from me. I don't think Xin always goes the best. I think it can fall off really early if you don't kind of get it proactive. But with things like the Twisted Fate, with the Syndra, I feel like it's a very easy setup, quite a dangerous prospect, especially early on. So I'm happy to see it gone. I do wonder how 42 are looking to shape up though, because there is still a lot of flexibility. You know, we could potentially see Malphite in the jungle.
I think with Senna gone, and this being pre-Maokai support nerfs, I wouldn't mind just a hyper carry in paired up with the Maokai. There isn't a lot that takes advantage of him. You'd have to go to like a Blitzcrank, you'd have to compromise your Smolder in my mind. I don't mind 42 going for a bit of pick potential here. Either the Belveth or the Nocturne achieve it would like give 42 what the Lee Sin would have in the case that Balmy would have been able to pick that one up.
I think I would prefer the Nocturne, personally.
Yeah.
Just because I think it gives you a little bit more on the 6. It's a little bit more dangerous on the fact that you can kind of jump in. But Belveth could come through. Again, if this champion gets ahead, it's unreal.
With the TF and Maokai, I think you don't need the paranoia so much. It's still good to have. It's never going to be bad to have. But being able to ghost through on this Belveth, absolutely take people to 10. It's going to be a good time.
And a lot of squishies from Rizzo.
Yeah, I want to see a support come through here. I wouldn't mind a Thresh. Something I've been picking up more and enjoying in solo queue. It's still a really good champion. Braum will have that defensive energy. TF coming towards Namex on this hyper carry Smolder will now have more things to walk through.
Yeah, and I think that kind of rounding it out, obviously they got a lot of damage. They got Tristana, they got Brown, they got Smolder. If they get to late game, it's going to be absolutely disgusting. I think Ornn would pair really nice with this. It sets up long range engage, on my days words. And also I feel like you can kind of get into the things like the Belveth, right? Obviously Belveth loves just diving in. If you do get kind of just knocked to the side and then you get held up by the Braum, I feel like it would absolutely just change the whole game. But obviously the Braum into the Twisted Fate, I love it. I love to see it. But now it does open up 42 to go for that aggressive pick to kind of try and cut down the Ornn.
Yeah, I feel like Gwen really good. He gets in under Brand. So like Brand can't just see it her away. Cassante does the same, but he does it with less style, man. Cassante just wins because he can. Gwen would have been.
It is the pick that I saw 42 play last time I watched them. But it's now confirmed, my suspicion, that Twisted Fate actually is going into the bot lane.
I don't like this so much. I think a little bit of a wasted opportunity against the Smolder. TF wants to bully melee carries. Like, yeah, he wants to express that damage, bully people who he can just constantly be in combat with. And I feel like against Smolder, you've really got to hit some tight spikes there, maybe level 9, I think, for the Twisted Fate. When he's ramped up a load of attack speed, his resets are coming through really fast. Else, you don't scale as well as Smolder. Sure, in the late game, you can be a side lane menace. You're going to be supported through with this Maokai, but it's not going to make an impact in the lane. Namex is going to scale relatively freely.
Well, we'll have to find out. We'll have to see how it all goes down, because the thing is that we can always speculate, but then at the end of the day, it does come down to execution, right? It does come down to how the players play, rather than just the pure stats, right? And I feel like Twisted Fate, I am kind of on the same page as you. I feel like I would have preferred to see it top. I think
it can still give Ornn like real trouble.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe it's not the craziest against Ornn, but the thing is, I feel like just being ranged, having that much damage early on, it's just tough to deal with, and you always have the potential to roam with Destiny as well. So I feel like it would have personally been my choice on that one, but we'll see how this one plays out. You know, I haven't seen ADC Twisted Fate in a long time.
Yeah, maybe 42 are cooking. We'll have to see. If they do make it work, that'll be quite interesting. I think with the Maokai, you would just like path your jungler straight down to dragons, get Belveth to get you as close to Soul as possible, and not head up to the grubs as a priority, and then start adapting to your opponent if they come to dragon as well. Would give you more pressure in the mid game and not allow Smolder at time to keep scaling, which would help potentially in the version of this game that works out for 42.
I'm looking forward to getting into this game, though. There's a lot of interesting interactions, right? There's a lot of different champions that I'm looking forward to. I think Smolder nerfs as well, potentially coming more into play. Obviously, we saw it a little bit earlier being played. Doesn't necessarily have the same ramp-up time as once before. The Twisted Fate always wants to talk about. I'm even kind of excited to see the Syndra Tristana matchup, right? I know it's something we've seen before. I know it's something that we've all watched before, but I feel like there's just a lot of skill expression in that one.
I think it keeps like Tristana more on a lead than we're used to. The push in not so brutal against the Syndra compared to stuff like the Azir that falls down early on for it. Bear with us, some technical issues are just stopping us getting into game right now. But we'll be there in 2 or 3 minutes. So we're going to keep rambling. We're going to keep chatting.
Yeah,
we're going to keep hypothesizing. And yeah, I think we're both in agreement that we like Ruse's team comp a little bit more. But then TF80 carry, man. It's a great time to be alive.
There are some picks I'm surprised we're not seeing more of, though. I'll be honest. Like just to go on a little aside from
It's
draft,
tangent
I feel
time.
like
It's tangent
I feel
time.
like
Come
we
on,
haven't
boy.
seen much Nyla. Like I thought Nyla was kind of starting to make waves, not to pun it out there, but like in the meta, I feel like she was starting to come back, and especially with things like Twisted Fate, I feel like this could have been the pocket pick Nyla moment.
Like Senna, so strong at the moment. The XP buff helps her get through in that lane. I think Samira all-in lanes are very sleeper overpowered right now. Anytime you see Blitzcrank playable, and he is into carries like the Smolder, you gotta start asking the question, how good is just raw all-in Samira again? And the answer is pretty good. I've seen some decent playing solo queue, but it's not a high percentage number. Like people who aren't Samira players aren't picking it yet. And I'm always here like TF, like it's such great all-in. Could we have not had that top and Samira bot and then just like got a 20, like got it going? Because that's the sort of thing we're seeing right now. I think even in the patch cycle, Sivir is getting buffed. Zeri, I think, also a light tap up. These like safer late game scaling AD carries who like want to puddle through the early game and then crack back later on are getting better, and Samira is still so good.
And on the flip side, and this could be a wild take, right? Do tell me if I feel like this is just solo queue or if it could be 5v5. I feel like Volibear, low key for me, actually kind of good. Like I've played against it and played some Volibear myself. Now, obviously, my elo is pretty low, so we're not going to necessarily take those stats. But it feels like it wins a lot of matchups, especially in the early game. Pretty tanky boy, can build full AP, good split pusher. Is it slept on?
I'm not an early season enjoyer anymore. I leave my placements on main until I'm in the groove. So I won the first 4 of them on Volibear this week because I saw the champion was buffed and I was like, let's go, we're in. Diamond Prox, ex NLC, and of course Moscow 5 fame, posted a build on his Twitter, which I've called Jump Scare Bear, and it's incredible in the jungle.
I like that.
Absolutely nuts. Should not be allowed in the next patch, really. People have got a bit better as they've adjusted to like a PTA appearing on their head and half their health bar disappearing. In top lane, it goes really well. The Drain tank got better with the Q buffs. Max and Q in jungle, of course, is like even nastier. Incredible champion. My Smurf is 400 LP up.
Because I'm saying like the reason I even like thought about it was because he kind of beats a lot of the bruisers in the top lane, and it's a bit like
them.
Wait, like, and he would probably do the same against things like Ornn, right, as well. Like, it's like you can kind of just snowball the lane. Even things like Trundle, I feel like you could even potentially take the fights.
Yeah, Trundle's a hard one. If you get through early and he's not straight on Blade of the Rune King and not unpunished, it can be a bit hard, but it's doable. Like, you have like an even fight for the first 3 seconds. The second W comes in, your health bar refills. It's such a great raid boss moment. It's like, oh no, they're not winning this fight anymore.
I feel like chat are just like, who let J-Real cook? Like, who let J-Real cook? Who let this man like talk about picks for the league? But I'm telling you, go try out yourself. Try and scream, or try and solo queue. Go try Volibear. Well. Genuinely, it's low key good. Like, I played it as a meme, and I was like, actually, you know what? Maybe this isn't a meme. Maybe this is no joke. Maybe this is actually something you can get behind.
For sure. Incredibly strong champion. You know who else is a strong champion, J-Ro?
Go for it.
Twisted Fate and Smolder, but I thought we were in game. I heard some in-game noises. We're not in game. I heard some different noises. I
wasn't sure.
Solo lane. Like,
no, I don't like it. I genuinely like. So I've been moving on to top lane this year, right? Been doing the solo lane thing. I don't love range top laners. Like, they're kind of just frustrating to play against. I won't lie. Or like, it's just rough, you know what I mean? Like, why are you picking Vayne? I've played against Zyras, I've played against Smolders, played against a lot of different range top laners top, right? A lot of them don't end up doing that well, admittedly, because I am a bit of an Alawi abuser. But
no, dude, it's great.
But the thing is that playing at Twisted Fate was a whole nother realm. Like, that was a whole realm of just like, what is happening? Like, I would not lose, right? I would be like pretty much same CS, we're going well, they get one item. Like, even through ult and stuff, I was just dying in like the gold card. And I was just like, well,
Hold up.
what do I do here? Like, how? If he can kill me in one gold card, there's not really a rebuttal to this lane. Like, I'm kind of just dead. So yeah, I don't know. Twisted Fate for me is probably one of the most disgusting things to play about. Maybe I'm just bad, but genuinely, it just feels a little bit kind of like, hey yo, can someone get rid of this? But
It's reasonable.
looking-
It's reasonable. It doesn't do
also-
a lot. And then like a stun
Yeah.
card is like half your health and it's every 4 seconds. It's a lot. It's a lot.
I
think
also like the Neferi Rise Up. You know, I feel like we're seeing it a little bit more in the mid. I feel like a few teams have played it now. One of them being Ruza, right? They're not going to play it today, but
yeah.
and
Oh,
also Force 2
Evoc
Gaming
had
as well.
yeah, Evoc had an absolute stonker on that one.
I
last
think
time.
I think it's a good champion. I like how it's playing out. I think it's fun to watch as well. And I just like that some of the new champs are coming through. Some that I want to see though, and I guess this is actually a better question posed for you. Why do we not see like loads of split pushes? Like, why do we not see like things like Yorick becoming like popular, or like Alawi, or like Maud, things that can kind of just like side lane and just do their side lane thing?
There's always the risk your unit of 4, and it is like quantity risk, because we are gonna chuck it into game. We're gonna keep
Let's
duo
go.
logging though. We're gonna keep duo logging as our champions sprint out of the base onto with a split push. The risk of 4 being able to stave off 5 not being pulled around into a 1-3-1 that might not suit you so well. Like if one lane is like neutral because the split pusher didn't win and the other one is losing, it's very difficult to maneuver yourself out of that hole. Often, like that sort of generated the 3 teleport meta back in season 5, just to try and overcome difficulties in split pusher's strength. Things hit down onto Flamey.
Yeah, they are trying to get onto this invade. Not gonna flash for it, which I respect. I feel like you don't want to burn your stuns too early. I like though the 42. They tried to kind of do something a bit different, right? A lot of people invading through the bot side. This time going up that top as Batuzo finding Greason. And for a second, I thought Greason was just gonna go fully in there. I was like, damn, okay, you know what? I respect that. I respect a Braum that just likes to fight.
I love the crazy Halo Blades Braum, where you just queue and then unload 3 autos at max speed. It's just so much fun to see him swing the shield around. Yeah, getting down on the Braum. I'm interested to see how Roos play into 42 with it. They saw the Maokai first. They knew there was a chance it was going bot lane as Evoc starts the inevitable trading that Influentic has slightly missed out on. Influentic gets some damage back, but the wave probably going to be harder for the Syndra to push out from here.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see with the jungler's path, right? They're both starting on that top side, both clearing down to the bot side. I thought that there was a little bit of like brand starting bot side goes up to grubs early.
Oh dear.
But we are seeing the invade come through. That will be spotted though. There is a ward. So I am interested to see how Ruza play this, right? They could rotate. Tristana could potentially move here. I think that they're pretty relaxed, right? Flammy has gone down to the walls, just going to start clearing that. As we do see that Ornn was starting to navigate their way, but have decided they don't need to.
They're just going to take a moment. Ping on the exit. I wouldn't have minded Balmeef going for the extended clear back up into the grubs. He was going to start off at the smaller camp. Bonus of this season being that some more inventive paths get you to objectives as they spawn. So if you're more dependent on levels than specifically items in the early game, so not really your Lee Sins, but sometimes sometimes your brands, you can show up at level 5 and just be there at the right time. Neither of these paths will do that as they are clearing 4 quadrants away. I think Flamey's gotten away with this one. Good call on the defensive ward. Negates Balmeef's attempt to come in. And not only that, will secure him away through levels 1 through 3. Brand's weakest point, once at level 4, it's not really like most other mage junglers where you can invade and give them some trouble. Cooldown's pretty short, and it stays pretty healthy throughout his play.
Yeah, Brand always a looming threat as well, right? Late game just becomes problematic. Presses R, does half your health bar. And I'm interested to see how this bot lane Skull Crab goes, because obviously right now it does feel like Bruiser have the push. They've got that pressure on that bot side, so should be able to rotate first. But it does look like Balmeef going to get there quicker, deciding to skip 2 camps to go for this Skull. And I think they should be able to get this one pretty easily. Ooh. Thinking that might have given a bit of space, but they are going to take that one. Flaming out, no option to get the bottom Skull Crab, but maybe an option in the bot lane, although 42 Gaming respecting the presence of the jungle.
Yeah, I think both teams being mindful and maybe giving away their early game vision there. Oh, Evok just about gets away from Influentic.
Nice buffer there on the rocket jump. We'll be able to get them safely away as right now. Pulling, you know what I respect it from Ruza? They're very much down to scrap, and we talk about Smolder obviously scaling a lot, right? They're like, you know what? No, we can fight these ones out, and we can put a bit of pressure onto this bottom for 42.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of old AP Cogmore when you used to play that in the bottom lane occasionally. It was really good in mid, but sometimes it would get you out of silly lanes in bottom against things like the Civic. You could just eat the wave away. And Smolder has that energy. He throws this massive ball of fire, multiple AoEs through the wave, and it just pushes so fast.
I feel like ADCs that can go AP mid have always been problematic. Like back when, this is a throwback. Do you remember Blue Smite Ezreal?
Oh yeah. Even before Blue Smite
most
Ezreal,
broken
jungle items Blue Ezreal with Spirit of the Elder Lizard. It was just
it's
not AP.
Never bring that back, right? Never bring that back. That was unreal. But right now we are going to get Balmeef on the grubs, but not going to take them. Interesting, because Flamey is also here. So might see a little bit of a scrap. And it is actually a bit of a toss-up here because Rusa, they can't move their mid, but they could move top. And I think they're actually saying, you know what, we're not willing to fight this one.
Virtuoso has the option to teleport and gone back to his tower. He does not have the empowered teleport. 42 got the first grub. That's pretty important. It's a legend stack for the Belveth. And indeed, it will delay Rusa in going through. Looks like 42 going to give up, reassign their their support back down. Recalls come through. Bit odd to commit so much for the fight and give up, but I think they respect at this stage that with Virtuoso just burning his teleport, it'd be difficult to go all the way on the objective. 2 Void Grubs to 1, so neither team at 3-0 threatening that buff on an uncontested set.
Yeah, now Rizzo obviously could get it if they are able to get all 3 of the next one, but I will say I do like that 42 said, you know, we'll take one, we'll make sure that it's not going to be a 6 game, and then we can kind of move on, because they've got themselves a tempo onto the dragon, so they are going to start this one up. It looks like it should be uncontested, because bot lane isn't in place, mid lane has gone back as well, so this is going to be an objective for them. And obviously we always talk about dragon stacking versus kind of the grubs. They've played it smart. They've ensured that grubs are much harder to stack. They've now got themselves a Drake to give themselves another full finish.
Yeah, and by taking the dragon at this time, 42 Gaming will be free on the map, so they won't have to be near the dragon to contest those next set of grubs. We highlighted in draft, the dragon scaling will mean more this game with a Smolderin, with an ADTF who's on a clock. We'll be building some weird items that don't help him in the 2v2 so much with the Maokai, that maybe would on a side lane later on, with Balmeef shadowing, helping out, and committing more damage into the stunned target. I'll have to see if 42 make the most of it. Smart move so far. Wouldn't have minded them just going for the first dragon to get it desynchronized from the grubs and doing it that way around. We'll see how it works out. They almost got away with the heist.
Yeah, ultimates slowly trickling through the teams, as we got a few in the mid lane already, a couple in the top side, but no big clashes as of yet. And I will say I'm impressed by how aggressive Ruza have been able to play this, right? They've really forced 42 Gaming back under the towers. They're ever so slightly, and I mean that in major quotations here, maybe an exclamation mark, ahead in the farm. But right now, Virtuoso is the one that needs to be a bit careful. All out going to be utilized with the knock up there with the stun, but not going to get the third block. It doesn't really matter though. Pyroclastic will finish off the job. Flammy going to be able to pick up a very easy kill in the top side.
Yeah, I feel like Turtle had Virtuoso's number there, the knock-up, as he goes all out, as Chrissy still going in the bottom lane.
Breezen going to take the tower shot. A little bit of an overextension. We talked about the aggression. It is going to be finally punished, and Chrissy picking up a kill will give them quite a bit of relief in that lane. As Namex trying to find a way to pick up this kill, but not any success just yet.
So low in mana, Little Dragon all on his own, won't be able to convert just yet. Might look for a base if Chrissy walks through the wave. Not to be. I think, yeah, fishing for it. Namex eager to try and push his lead. But not to be at this stage.
We have
on the top side.
We have a lot of game. You know, we have a lot of game, a lot of scaling, right? If you're Ruza, you are really chilling in the early game, right? You have the Ornn, you also have
Ice
the
cold.
Smolder, but Turtle might not be chilling as much, right? Needs to try and avoid this knocker from Balmeath. Flashes away, so it doesn't matter. Gets under the tower and will be safe to walk away. As I feel like, was it a defensive Destiny used for the Twisted Fate to ensure no one else was coming? Or were they just getting to lane?
I think that was a return to lane. I missed that as well with the moving back over the top side. Macro-wise, we're in a bit of an odd position now. We are waiting for that next set of grubs to come up. Chrissy clearing vision in this bottom side. Not consequential for now. Both junglers are up on the top side. Balmeath on the regank gets Turtle without that flash that we just saw. And despite Rexat moving up, or rather, in addition to 42, move up, move on. And with these grubs spawning in, I think in just under a minute, they're in a great position.
If they secure one, 42 have done what they need to, right? They will have stopped any sort of
That's the
path.
objective. That's the objective. Prevent Ruza from getting that triple buff. Sorry, the buff of 5 or 6.
And it just became a lot easier because Flammy's on the bot side. So they can get one very simply here. That will be secured. They may even get another one. They may even be able to get 4 for themselves if possible. But right now, Virtuoso just quite happily scrapping out with Turtle. Both bot lanes have moved themselves to the mid. And it's just all Balmeath on these 4 grubs.
Yeah, I think Evok maybe not being able to push Chris there. I don't know if 42 just got to the punch first. A little unusual. It means no one the benefactor of any Void Grubs of their own, but both will have a little bit of pushing power when you've got this Twisted Fate, when you've got the Tristana. That's already a pretty big deal. Namex still farming on his own in the bot side. No kills surrounding the Smolder just yet. That means he's probably going to be pretty happy. He's no one in the game having much more gold than him. Balmeath here got Flammy.
Yeah, Flammy is very dead. The flash going to go over the wall. Balmeath, though, should be able to get it. Although nice stun does come through. And here's the Ornn. Let's go. Downtown gets the kill. And what looked like such an assured kill for Balmeath is now going to be one back over to Ruza. Onto Turtle. A little bit of gold, a little bit more XP. Getting themselves that bit closer to Ornaments.
I was about to be unsure as why Flammy didn't flash early, why he drew Balmeath in so deep. The confidence to hit that stun under the tower and line up Ornn, the tank, sniper in this instance, mage, Death Knight, Necromancer in the top side. Just making it look so easy.
Very, very simple. And I feel like Ruzo is showing a lot of control in this game. Now, the game is dead even, right? Gold is the same. Towers very much in a similar situation. Grubs ever so slightly over to the side of 42. And they are actually going to get another kill here. Namex is being caught out by quite a bit. And the Destiny giving Chrissy that perfect window to get inside and be able to pick up the kill onto the Dragon. So Namex finally being punished for a little bit of aggressive play.
Yeah, still massively up in the lane. I think you maybe cast a curse the control element a little bit there. The little dragon that could not get another free wave. We'll also get the dragon as well. That's really rough. Spawned just in time. 42 here enforcing. Rexat will take away the blast cone. And if we're looking at waves across the map, everything just neutralized. Everything is not under anyone's tower. There's no advantage for Ruza here, other than the little bit of gold they got extra.
Yeah, I feel like I really did cast against this. It was like it was
Yeah,
looking so good for
it
Ruza,
was-
and then it was just like
so
no,
on time.
42's time. So yeah, we'll see how that continues as the game goes on. But right now we might have a little bit of a lull. Okay, as you said, lane's pretty neutral. Dragon not coming up for another 4 minutes. 40? Where am I going? 4 minutes and 7 minutes on the next buff there, which will be the Baron. So it's a little bit of time. Rift Herald obviously will be spawning in that time as well. But I think that it's going to be farming up, which is a perfect plan for Ruza. And I think also not too bad a one for 42.
Yeah, it's so far we've not been sort of exposed to any of the difficulties that will come out for 42 later on. Balmeath will get stronger, but past a point, I think Chrissy will start to fall away unless he's going to show some real spice that I haven't seen before. Most AD Twisted Fates not doing so hot compared to champions like Smolder later on. Massive movement down from 42 into this bottom river. Everyone but Virtuoso has access down here. With the Rift Herald coming up in 15 seconds. Thought it'd be the other way around. We'll see which way this goes.
Yeah, right now Chrissy just perfect from Greedson. They're able to get the block off on the stun card. Chrissy's just taking a lot of poke from Namex. It's been that way the whole laning phase. It's just been a poke city from Namex. And here comes Martin. They're looking for the kill. Flash will be utilized. Also getting the Nature's Grasp out of the Maokai. So Rexat, no ultimate, which could be pretty crucial in some of these upcoming fights if we do see anything kick off in the next couple of minutes. But we are seeing something in mid lane. All out from Virtuoso is utilized on Turtle, but Turtle just tanking up multiple ultimates there. As Unleash Power going to come out too. But still, this bot lane though, maybe overstepping a bit. Flammy has joined the party, but now here comes 5 members of 42 Gaming. They're going to claim Greason for free, but 1 kill will go back. The Pyroclasm able to do its work. But again, 42 capitalizing on over-aggression from Ruza.
Yeah, I think Ruza had seen the party in mid, all of 42 come together and assumed they went towards the Rift Herald. Not the case. The capitalization on an overextension in the bottom lane gives 42 700 gold lead. Not massive, but we've started to pull away now. And look at that tempo. 4 people out on the map, all with access to this Rift Herald off after this next wave. Really, really important. The Destiny as well, if they want to extend through mid lane. It's a great position to be in the next 30 seconds of 42s to lose.
Rift Herald, as you said. Next play. I think I feel like I'm just waiting for the moment, I feel like when we get to 25 minutes, that's when it's going to kick off. Like 25
we are
minutes.
sat on the fuse, audience. Something will go.
It's like, Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
Like when they get the TNT, but they do the massive wire, right?
Yeah. Like
we like
Wile E.
just waiting
Coyote
for the wire
is
to
rubbing
fizz.
his hands right now.
Yeah, like it's going to be a while. It's got a long way to travel before the explosion happens. So we're kind of just relaxing and seeing what goes along. But right now, 42 are starting to get more and more aggressive, right? We've talked about Ruza getting punished for over-aggression. It's now starting to change hands. It is now starting to be 42 Gaming that are putting the pressure onto Ruza. They're starting to cause problems. And I've got to be honest. Genuinely, Bel'Veth is one of my least favorite champions when they get ahead because they are so dangerous.
Yeah, it's a lethal setup. He is able to rip through a carry at short range. And with the Maokai, with the Twisted Fate, with Cassante in the front line, that's going to be pretty frequent. Should 42 execute a game plan. And the reason I'm sort of leaving the analysis open here is it can be pretty brutal later on when Namex gets setups like this.
Yeah, Namex is already starting to dish out quite a bit of damage. I'm going to come through, and Rex, I don't believe you're making it out there. Flap to pick up that kill. Namex going to take one back in good timing as well. 30 seconds just before the Drake. They can push a bit of control into mid to give themselves that open.
Yeah, the little dragon that could this time. Brings Mom along. I'm not over that ability name. It's 10 out of 10 hilarious. And
they do like a single name ultimate, Nara as well. As Virtuoso gonna start a fight off with Turtle. Gotta be careful where that Destiny is, as Chrissy has actually gone into the middle of 3 people and is very dead. Goodbye to the Twisted Fate, goodbye to your ADC, and goodbye to this next dragon.
Yeah, 42 maybe trying to cook a little bit too hard there. Not really sure how Chrissy thought that was the path out. Maybe a little bit of vision or movement not being called. And in the last 2 minutes, Ruze have got solo tower onto Evok. They have a small fight win with Namex, picking up XP and gold, and then pushing a wave afterwards, and neutralizing the dragon stacking out of 42. All 3 of these factors together. All of that excitement, we had about 42 starting to put the pressure on. Now looks more like Ruze's carries starting to stand up on their own. We're on for a game of 2 halves. I have to see if 42 can stabilize here. It's going to be more difficult from here on out.
The pendulum of a game that we are watching, I feel like it makes it a bit more enjoyable, because I'm expecting it all to come to a massive team fight later on. But the fact that we're getting a little bit of both sides overextending, a little bit of both punishing and causing problems is great. As we see another kill going to go down there, Ruza giving Namex multiple kills here. I want to have a quick look at the stacks to see how close this dragon is. As we also see the Ornn there, level 12, only a couple items away from. Oh, 162 already.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Another 5 as we speak. Only a few minutes away from peak Smolder action. You know, it's like Spyro. He's gonna get all the crystals, and then he's gonna deal all the damage. I haven't played that game in 20 years, but fun times. Fun times.
Yeah, I do wonder if I wonder how close they can get to a Spyro-esque skin. You know, so you got to be a little bit careful about the copyright stuff. As Chrissy going to find themselves a bit of a fight with Greason, but Greason not going to be posing too much of a threat directly themselves, but obviously backed up by Evok, who is still just pushing on that top side tower. But Rexat also rotating across, should be able to defend that. But look, here comes the rest of Ruza though. They are bringing a couple members up to this fight, so maybe there is a world where we get a bit of a dive, but I think the wave player just did a little bit too good for it.
Alright, let's see where Rift Herald goes. It's a straight play down mid. There's most of the wave. Baumi may be throwing that one away. I think 5, 6, 7. He had about 20 seconds left.
Hold on. Here we go. Big fight gonna happen. 4 members closing in from 42, but they haven't managed to get onto the backline just yet. Greason holding the line, and here comes Mum, and Rexat's health bar is disappearing. The Ornhorn getting a couple of knockouts, and Valmy's going to go aggressive, able to come in and walk away. They've already taken the Tristana, and they're looking for more, but they have to be careful. The poke coming through very, very hot from Namex's fire. And now we're starting to see them start to crumble. Brand with the damage picks up 1, and 42, they have to back away. Multiple members not particularly healthy, and the damage is just raining in from Namex.
Ruza's team comp really comes alive there. Greason looking to extend here should probably fall back till Namex gets a few more opportune hits. No summoners left on the dragon, leaves him vulnerable in this position. But yeah, I want to tell a story, Jariel, and I promise it is relevant. The first team comp I ever saw that made me think about team comps and was like, these characters all actually work together rather than like, my Lee Sin works with your Oriana because you can put the ball on my head, was CLG-EU's line composition. And it had Lux support, it had Ezreal ADC, it had some other top laner that I can't remember and has probably been reworked since, that shoots something long range in a straight line. And it had a mage with crowd control to hold people still. So that from 3 lanes all at once, Crepo in the jungle could just Lux laser someone. Yellow Pete could just cast ult on someone. I think Frogman was on Anivia, so he'd stun someone and could say like, go, they're stuck in the wall. And you'd have all these things come together, and from long range, the opponents were confused. They didn't know what to do. As 42 approached that choke point there, we got a preview of the next few minutes. Brand thrives when everything slows down and AoE abilities come through. Tristana, hard to approach. Buster shot the front line back into this choke point. Mom, Ornn ult, and the Glacial Fissure are enough to allow Namex to unload. Not quite everything at this stage, still stacking up on the dragon. But in the future, if 42 repeat that positioning mistake, the consequences will be much more dire.
I also like the Ruza don't just have to play for that one condition, right? They don't just have to play for these setup fights, although we are going to get another fight here. Mum going to be called in. Decent bit of damage is dealt to Rexat, but the only one that really took damage there. So if you are on the side of 42, you're pretty happy with that fight. You've got a good position on Dragon, and it should be very easy to claim because the pressure is being put on that mid tower. But what I was going to say for Ruza is I like that they do have that opportunity to kind of have that split push as well, with the Tristana being such a menace.
It's extras, it's layers, it's choices and decisions. We said that NLC 2 had improved in our opinions over the split. And I think this is an example of 2 teams not only taking the game like super seriously, like this is an important win for both of them, being in the middle of the pack, but also developing their style, executing high-level League of Legends, which is modal, it has options, it has choices, it's not fragile.
But fragile.
Yeah, this delicate dance about Dragon. It's a good illustration of it.
I like how Balmif has set themselves up in a flank position, right? Because obviously you do a lot of damage, but you are quite squishy. And if Greason walks a bit too close, might be able to catch them out with a scrying orb, but it's not going to be so for now. As talk about too close, Chrissy getting tagged there could be in a lot of trouble. The Ornhorn going to be flashed away to Tuso with Balmif now looking for that triple knockup. Is going to come through, but again, not able to finalize any damage, not able to get any carries caught out. And it's actually 42 that take the majority of the damage as Dragon has been started. But Chrissy looking for the flank, gets onto Evok. Another chunk of damage dealt to that Tristana. They are playing
does so much more damage than I thought he would. Another gold card lands. Wild cards does nothing. Should probably stop wasting his mana on it. 42
They are
push forwards.
They're forcing them back, and here we go. Nature's Rust going to root up 3 members, giving 42 a bit of an opening, but there comes the knock-up. Isn't enough damage. Balmeef is starting to pop off, but the team has been eviscerated, and now Ruza are stepping forward. Can they find the damage? Can they kill off this jungler? I believe they're just a little bit too quick, but Dragon should be their prize.
It really is the year of the Dragon, J-Real. Chrissy and 42 had a great setup, despite them pushing forwards. A little too much AOA, Ruza staying alive a little too long, and their untouched Dragon Prince, Namex, will be the answer in this fight. They take the objective, going to 2-2, and will continue to push forwards.
Balmeef trying to get away.
he's got
11
him.
damage is enough. The burn is good. And Namex finds another kill and potentially a bit of pressure on this mid tower, although I think it's a little bit too healthy to think about breaking.
Yeah, just enough to push it in, deny some farm. Ruza, at this stage, still within 400 gold of their opponents. This is still neck and neck, still as tense as you like. But I think as we go later and later, that number means less and less. The ability of Smolder to play through these fights means more and more. 42 approach the Baron. They have to push Ruza off of it.
Oh no, it could all be a bait. Here comes the damage over the top. Not going to catch out onto the carries, but they're still able to dish out quite a bit as Tuzo finally taken down. And on the flip side, so is Maokai. Rexat removed. 2 members taken out as they just tried to check the Baron from Ruza, and Ruza might just go straight back onto it.
I think without a really intelligent Destiny gate here, 42 are really going to struggle to approach. They've got to see the options for Namex. They've got to try and find a way through now.
Red team's turret has been
Getting
destroyed.
harder and harder as the game goes later. This is what we warned about with the scaling options.
Balmeef just trying to find the dragon, trying to hunt them down. The perfect opportunity. If Chrissy can get a gold card in, they can jump on that, maybe use the unleashed power from the Syndra to be able to pick up that kill. But it's difficult. The dragon is very hard to lock down.
So difficult. And like the flight ability can sometimes be predicted, but the movement options is real nice. It's like the tiniest Scion ult you've ever seen. And just being able to spit out so much damage in the meantime puts a lot of pressure on the approach. I really think the Twisted Fate, the biggest way in there, and I think 42 have got to try and use it. With Cleanse coming up, a Maokai ult isn't enough on its own, isn't enough.
Using the ultimate to clear the wave. I like it coming out from Ruza, right? They know that they want to keep this tower alive. They are not willing to give up any pressure in the mid lane. So they will utilize what they can to stop it. And look at the damage! The poke is crazy!
That mid tier 1 tower's health bar has barely moved a nudge. 42 have committed so much to this mid lane. Going to push it as fast as possible in the last few minutes. Even then, they've still not found the way in. Chrissy. ETF does a reasonable amount of damage, more than I thought it would on 3 items.
Red team's turret
Not
has
enough
been
to hold back
destroyed.
Ruza. They'll secure priority in mid. They'll drop a ward. Seeing any approach through mid now towards this Baron pit as they wander once again towards the objective.
And things are just going to get more difficult, right? We've already talked about the dragon becoming a bit of a problem, how Smolder's going to scale, but the ornaments are now starting to come in. So that extra bit of gold, that extra bit of scaling that is needed for Ruza is starting to get there as we are seeing the Baron very low now. 1,000 will be smited away before 42 can get there, but the fight afterwards, will it be enough for Tuzo getting aggressive, but getting absolutely burned down. Balmeef trying to find a way in the back, but gets knocked up, and the damage is about to rain in. Goodbye to the jungler. The dragon summons their mum, and they are going to send everyone home with no school lunch.
Goodbye to the jungler. Goodbye to the mid lane. Goodbye to 42's ability to stand up around that Baron. Flamey was the target of Chrissy for some reason. The brand completely fine with getting gold carded, and that left the Twisted Fate having to exit without 42 being able to put a damage threat in range of Ruza. They'll push down 2 towers. They'll break the base. And they'll send us well and truly into the year of the dragon.
Yeah, and I wonder if they can end here. I don't think that they have the potential just yet, but they will definitely get mid in here. They should be able to get top as well. The wave has been pushed up. by Turtle. And Turtle is definitely not going to be the plan for Ruza. They are looking just to open up their space, but I think they will reset. They're going to be able to get themselves a little bit more itemage, a little bit more gold expenditure, and make themselves that bit stronger as the dragon is spawning in 30 seconds.
Absolutely tempo on this Chemtech dragon. Just a little more valuable than an extra wave in top. They could have risked it for a chocolate biscuit. Not necessary though. Their ability, I think, to just deal damage in these team fights now so far accelerated at 42. Ruza just relaxed now in this late game.
They are very relaxed, and I'm trying to piece the puzzle of how 42 can get a win in these team fights, because it feels like they had success in the mid game. They were starting to find some picks, but without Namex dying, it's just very hard to see.
You see, Balmeef and Influentic both have flash. Rexat does soon too. I think everyone's got a flash on the dragon. I think it's going to be very difficult though.
It is going to be tough because right now the dragon is starting to spread his wings. A lot of damage is going to come through. And now Ruza forcing away 42 game. They claim the dragon. They take a bit of control mid. And they will lose the tower in top though. Chrissy on the split push, able to get some stuff done.
It's a little bit back. It's alright. Not complaining. But still, not the prize 42 would have liked. Now at Soul Point, the first meaningful gold lead in this game. Maybe betraying that the scaling lead is absolutely colossal. Just the nature of the champions on the screen.
Oh, do they get this tower? Surely they can't stay for this. Be a bit over. Oh my days, Influentic!
Yeah.
Watch out, buddy! Watch out!
Namex well and truly grown into his wings at this stage. Walk up on the wave, unchallenged. Multiple members at 42. Held at bay by Grizzum's shield, the unbreakable will. Stopping the gold cards from being a threat at all. Namex really starting to feel himself.
It's a lot of damage raining in, man. These Super Scorcher breaths are heating up this map here. Chew! Someone get them a tissue. As they are just absolutely sneezing over this team. And it's a sentiment of, I don't really know what 42 are going to do. They actually said they have flashes. They need to use them. They need to find a big win
There's
here.
Destiny.
And they are looking for a TP. Destiny going to be coming in. Where will they land? They brought themselves to the front, and Flammy has been the target so far. But again, not able to get in onto this team. And now Evok has taken their chance to move forward. Chrissy going to teleport out there. It's on the bag. Balmeef looking for the carry. They're trying to pincer from both sides. Namex finally caught out. Is this the time? Can they get the dragon? They're getting them low. Balmeef going in, but not going to have the damage. And the team cleans up. Influentic trying to find a little bit more, but Rexat left alone to die. Will flash out to safety, but Ruza step forward once again. The dragon has gone down, but the team are still strong.
We're 4 for 4 tonight, I think, Jay. I did miss game 1, but that is a trade deal. I don't think anyone would have liked 42 finally get the smolder. They finally push Namex down, but Evok will claim the Nexus in retribution. Turtle on the back of his shell, taking that Nexus tower. Ruza might have to try again. Oh, not quite able.
Getting pretty low. Influentic might be able to get something done here. Trying to get the damage down, but just out of range. The stun lands, but the jump is going to get the Tristana to safety. Another tower taken down. One inhib remains, and one Nexus tower still stands. So there is a slither, a silver lining for the side of 42 Gaming.
Oh, the tower went down.
Oh, the tower's
I really thought Flammy
no.
would just come down and put Influentic away for trying to attack his mid laner. But Ruza are relaxed. They'll take the inhibitor tower. They know they have the scaling. They're ready to run it back. I think if 42 want to take a more even fight, they're going to have to do this a few times over. After that last fight, after that last dragon, 5,000 now the gold lead. A little bit more. Looking across the items, that smolder is within a dragon's breath of full build. At that stage, I really think 42 will be out of options.
And it's as you said, right? The gold lead, it's not the biggest factor in this game. It's just the potential. And look at this potential to team fight here. Evil going to jump straight onto Influencing, looking for the kill, flashing past Balmeef, and now just stepping into the danger zone. But it is dangerous only for 42 Gaming. A couple more members are shredded. It's now Virtuoso trying to 1v1 Namex. We've heard about ADCs versus top laners, but not today, buddy. That's another kill. Rexat, the last to fall in the base, as Chrissy finally making their way back but going to have to leave as quickly as they return. Nexus Tower, their sights are set, and that is going to be the game put to bed.
A summoner has disconnected.
All dragon, all grown up. We've highlighted Namek, I think, on our previous shows as well, Jay. They have incredible caliber. Surprised to not many people who are familiar with his history.
Yep.
Throughout the RLs, throughout the LEC. And he's standing up strong here in Division 2. He is guiding the rest of Ruza, I think it's fair to say, to their win conditions. An absolutely standout performance. They scaled, they held on when we said they had to. They've executed and won.
Yep. And I really liked the fact that they were patient with their play, right? They didn't overstep. They didn't go for anything crazy. They did get caught up a couple times, but in general, very controlled, very calm. They knew their win condition. They knew they had to just play to the late game. If they get late game, they should win, and they did just that. And then once they got to the late game, they were able to throw the punches. They can move their weight around, and there wasn't really much contention available for 42 Gaming. But we'll see how this does continue.
Yeah.
This isn't the end of the road for anyone. Obviously, still a lot of games left, but we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will be getting a player in for an interview, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back. We are here to break down the game, but we're not going to do it just ourselves. Let's bring in our interview. It is Namex. Welcome back to the stream. And let's kick it off with the simple question, right? I've labeled you guys quite a lot as a dark horse. I feel like on any given day, we can either get some exceptional gameplay or maybe some more kind of shaky moments from you guys. Would you say that you've kind of fixed a lot of those issues? You feel like you're a much more consistent team now? Or do we still kind of get those highs and lows every now and again?
That's a good question, actually, because I think literally yesterday, everything like started to click for us. And we're figuring out many of our issues and we're working on fixing them. So for now, I'd still say there's still gonna be some better performances and worse performances, but we're slowly working on fixing it and getting the consistency for playoffs. So yeah, I think it's just recency. Like we struggled a lot with some issues that we have recognized and we're working on fixing them. And yeah, as I said, yesterday it literally like clicked on how we're supposed to play.
Powerful.
Okay,
Always
good to
good
hear.
to have that like awareness of where the split is going. It really does help you punch up into playoffs as you sort of have to accelerate and force things through. Talking of accelerating and forcing things through, a ticking time bomb, Smolder.
Yeah,
What a
indeed.
champion. What's your first impressions? He's gone straight into competitive, all levels, down here in NLC2. How do you feel about the new champion?
Honestly, it's really funny. I started playing the champ as soon as he came out, like everyone else. And my first initial thoughts was like, this champ is so bad. I cannot win a single game. I kid you not, I went 0-12. 0-12 in solo queue on this champ. And I was like, nah, I'm not playing this champ ever again. I just leave it. But
What clicked? What changed?
That's a good question. I think I changed up my mentality and my skill order and how I play the champion. So I changed that up, and then it just started rolling. I just kept winning and winning and winning and winning. And I saw people playing it in pro, and I'm like, yeah, of course this champ is good. You know, it's doing really good. So I can't be delusional and say it's bad.
It's often the opposite, right? It's that initial impression is like, now we have to throw that in the bin. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised it didn't take you long to change pace of play on a champion. Like, you play Senna AD carry. I think you're used to that slow grind, slow sort of draw away.
Senna is very, very different though, because you have a lot more agency in laning phase, while on Smolder you don't. So it's a very different type of slow type of gameplay. Sure, both of them infinitely scale, but Senna has, Senna has, at least when you're playing fasting, you're a lot more free and open to play laning phase compared to Smolder.
All right, Jay's asked like sort of how
Fair
the
enough.
team's getting there. For me, how do you think Ruse looks into playoffs? Is it going to be more of the same? Are we going to roll the dice? How is that evolution working out in the camp? Don't give us any huge spoilers, but is everyone excited, or is someone having to work really hard?
No, I think everyone is excited. I think we're all working on our own issues and our team issues mainly to fix that. I think we have some interesting things coming up for playoffs. I'm not going to reveal anything, but we have some special spicy picks that might appear, might not, depending on the drafts, of course.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Now, my question, we're going to go a little bit different here. We're going to find about your team, right? About the morale. Smolder, obviously notorious for calling in their mum, right, to save them in a bit of a pinch. Who are you calling in your team if you're stuck on the rift and you need a bit of help in that solo queue?
It's always my support. I'm like, support! Emil, come help me! And he's like, yeah,
Is he always there to catch you?
Almost always, yeah. He got my back.
Nice.
Okay, with that being said, any final words for you? Anyone you want to shout out before you let you go?
I want to shout out my team today and our coaching staff. I think we only got this win so cleanly today because we've improved so much since last time we faced 42, and we're keep on improving. And we're no one is demotivated, no one is like sad. The mood is good. We're all doing our best, and I really appreciate that from them.
Yeah, indeed. No, it sounds like a perfect mix. And you guys have definitely been doing a lot better. Looking forward to see how you guys keep running. And it looks like you guys are on the way to playoffs as well. So I'm sure we'll see you quite a little bit more in this split. But with that being said, we're going to go to a quick break now. When we come back, we are going to have the game of the season. We are having the Clash of the Titans. The #1 spot will be secured tonight. If you stay around, you'll find out by who.
Oh.
10 games played, 8 games won, 2 games lost. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Rich Gang and Blue Whites. It's here right now, right here, to be decided who will be #1 position in the league. The top 2 teams face off right here, right now.
It is the pinnacle of NLC2. And while Fourth Wall, while Ruse now, have done well to catch up on 7 wins apiece, this is the peak of the mountain. This is the summit everyone's chasing. This is the top end of playoffs. Rich Gang and Blue Whites have had exceptional seasons. Blue Whites picking up wins against top of table teams with their coaching for support. They're supporting on AD carry. Rich Gang looks explosive out of the gates. Only faltered ever so slightly since.
They haven't lost many games. And they also lost them in quite quick succession. They lost to 42 and Unique, I think, within a week of the games. And it's kind of been uphill from there, right? They've looked very strong. We saw them against Fourth Wall last week. They looked very dominant, the fastest game of the split. Now onto another big challenge, onto Blue Whites, who they did in the past defeat. So I feel like there's a bit of bad blood. There's a little bit of like, hey, you know what? We took a game off you. Will we find it again? But right now, Rich Gang, for me, they feel a little bit unstoppable at the moment. They kind of are just rolling through other teams.
Yeah, they're a bit of a powerhouse. I feel like when Rich Gang win, Fruity Fresh looks good. Like Sumi's popping off. Broda is all over his opponent. It's overwhelming the way that Rich Gang come to victory. Blue Whites, I feel like it's a bit more calculated. It's a bit more precise. We'll have to see which one works out.
Well, indeed, as we do go straight into the pick and bans, which is always nice there. We aren't holding the button hostage today, but maybe we will. You know, better be good, chat. Better be good. But right now,
I will start game. I will do it.
Don't you think I would hold this game? I'll pause this. But right now, it is a sentiment of Ori has been banned, Smolder has been banned, so we're not going to see anyone. We're not going to see another Twisted Fate.
Crazy scenes. Both very valid bans on the patch.
Unreal. Can't believe it.
I feel like the TF taking over topside. Not best displayed by the most previous game, but incredible at this level of play. Such a wedge, such a driving force. Thinking about other picks that set this up, wouldn't be surprised to see a Kalista gone on the bot lane from either side. I feel like both these bot lanes can play that potential. The Senna as well, to twist that bottom lane out of control. That's the sort of power level we're looking at right now.
Also the Draven potential play, right? There's a Radiant Soul potential play if you're Fruity Fresh. Like, there's a lot of potential with these teams. I feel like the last composition that I saw, obviously from Rich Gang last week, they played Malphite, Nocturne, Yone, Aurelion, Karma, and it was kind of disgusting.
That's a we make moves comp.
Yeah, they made a lot of moves. Like they did a lot. So we'll see how they pick today. Obviously, no Karma going to be coming through, so that is banned. So one part of the composition is gone, but maybe they'll bring a few other parts of that one back. As Blue White's final ban is going to be Hui, which is again quite a common ban.
Yeah, super high power. The Maokai as well, flexible 3 rolls, high power level, able to push through. Wouldn't be surprised to see an Aurelion in second round here on blue for Rich Gang, but Blue Whites get the chance to respond first. Wouldn't mind seeing jungle here, just to try and apply some pressure. Jin Zhao might be a bit of a reach, but would set up for something like a Jinx to go into the Aurelion Sol. The Azir, not a bad shout at all. Similarly, going for that depth, going for that high power level, pairs with pretty much any jungler. Against the Maokai, you'd want something that can attack his health bar meaningfully. A Vi would probably be the easiest setup here. Ezreal is also fine, a little bit wildcard though.
I'm still on the Ezreal hate bandwagon. I'm not gonna lie, I still don't
really?
love it. I just don't think it does what I want my ADC to be doing. Right, I want my ADC to be kind of powerhousing. I feel like Ezreal, he gets strong, he has a good mid game, got a lot of poke potential, but there's never that like, oh yeah, we're all going down, everything's happening, and Ezreal surges forward and carries. I just never see it happen, right? And maybe I'm just a hater. Maybe someone needs to send me a clip, right? But I just don't see it very often, and I feel like it maybe could be lacking. But I do love the Azir, right? So the Azir could maybe make up for that, and we'll see how that's played out. Yone coming through. Sumi played this matchup on Friday. Looked really good on it. Looked very strong. We see the Nautilus hover. I would be surprised if they hover Nautilus and pick Nautilus this early, just because you reveal a lot about the Maokai.
Yeah, you're breaking Maokai's flexibility, which is not optimal. Instead, maybe for AD here, the Ezreal is out and is seen, and your ability to pick an AD later won't get better. Instead, we're going to break the other flex of the Maokai. Now is between top and support. Nearly certainly support, just because top lane relies on your opponent. Picking like a dumb tank is a bad word. We want a tank that is there for tankiness' sake. Yeah, that's the only favorable matchup for Maokai. Last set here for Blue Whites. I say fix bot lane if this is me. Instead, it will be the Vi. It will be that pairing up, which allows the Azir a bit more pick potential in the 2v2 and come forwards as much as, like the Ezreal, he can play from far away.
I'm also really interested to see how these teams match up, right? Because obviously, a lot of Finnish players. We talked to Carvis a little bit before the games today about, is there anything we should know, right? Obviously, these players have probably played against each other for a little bit of a while, but also Stumpy and Free Fresh have recently got challengers. So maybe there's a little
congrats, guys.
Underknown tactics coming through. The Aurelion Soul is going to be banned away, which is not really that surprising. Like, if you've watched Rich Gang ever. So, yeah. Oh, a Yorick banned away. That's not what I was expecting, though. That is new.
Ooh, okay. In the blind as well, Lethality Yorick, Blue White's Volixer is a player of it. He is a previous Yorick one trick. And we've seen Kerberos do it on Twitter. We've seen everyone try and copy him in solo queue. Pick is absolutely absurd right now. You can split push 2 lanes, 1 maiden, 1 you, set your ghouls on dragon, and just be in 3 places at once. It's a great fun. Varus coming away, bit of an odd one. I thought Ezreal on this patch does stand up to the lane bully relatively well. And an Ashe set off to deny a 2v2 T1 Ashe Ezreal bot lane.
And I like it. I like that they kind of vary the picks. I am still really interested as to what's going to go top lane, which might be answered very quickly if the Zac is locked in there. And it is going to be confirmed. Zac is going to be picked. So they're saving their support for the final pick.
Sure, that's one of Maokai's better matchups. That's a bit unusual. I'm maybe going to go check that one because Zac is also very strong, gives you that engage, pairs up with the Vine nicely. And in response, Rich Gang is saying, come at me, bro. That's a Swain instant lock. That's going presumably top side.
I really don't want it to go top side. I saw a Swain the other day.
Rich Gang are just cooking right now. We're going to see the last pick to try and break these flexes
I feel
down.
like Free Fresh playing it makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
So I'm putting it in the bot lane.
Yeah. Okay, it is.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. All right. So we'll have that persistent damage threat from the Swain. An Urgot coming up, which means between Sumi and Stumpy, you can flex Brand support and jungle between those two. I do forget about Brand support on the regular. It's still quite annoying to play against, just as it was before. Zyra would allow blue whites some extra disengage and maybe a bit of a chaotic trap in the mid game. It is a bit of a hard setup if Maokai, Zyra is his worst matchup, by the way. If Maokai does find a way in competitive, it does go a little bit better than solo queue, but he overexposes himself to Zyra constantly, and through that, struggles to meaningfully find picks. So, blue whites, light on their feet, bit of a boxer. When someone comes towards them, they're going to be able to counterpunch, they're going to be able to get out of the way. Rich Gang coming in a bit heavier, a bit slower, a bit more sluggish. But if they do land a punch, blue whites won't be able to dodge a second time.
I think I'm very skewed. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, right? Towards
It's very fair.
team fight comps. I think that they just seem to flow a little bit easier. I think there's less kind of issues in terms of execution, right? It's just much easier to play, which is why I feel like I am actually favoring Rich Gang in this one. But there is a lot that blue whites can do, right? Definitely not counting them out. Definitely think there's a lot of potential because obviously you do have a pretty good team fight, right? The Zac can set up very well. The Vi can isolate targets. The Azir will do a lot of damage, and so will Ezreal. Obviously, depending on how tanky that front line gets, dependent on how much Ezreal can really get away with. But the Zyra also going to be offering you quite a lot of extra added damage and extra setup. My big question though is if they do start to fall behind, do blue whites have any sort of way to get back into the game? Because I feel like if Vi and Ezreal fall behind, there isn't much for going on for them in terms of coming back into the game. And we have seen Azirs kind of do their solo carry thing, but against the amount of damage and the danger that really is coming through from Rich Gang with things like the Brand and the Yone, I don't know if a solo carry is going to be doing enough.
On the other hand, Rich Gang might end up in a point of no execution where they can't reasonably approach, especially if the Zyra gets fed. Oh man, Zyra is so strong at the moment. We are going to kick it into game.
Let's do it. Press the button.
Let's get started. Clash of Titans, two exciting team compositions, more magic damage than anyone here on the desk or at home was expecting. And quite an exciting time. Everyone fast out of the gates here. Gonna be a... Oh, never mind. Greg forgot his potion. No, wait, he's sold. Oh gosh, okay. We might be seeing Rich Gang going for the all-in level 1-2.
They haven't got support item.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Oh, okay.
You don't need it.
The more you know.
It's pretty common at the moment, especially if you all in level 1-2. Just go Darns, just go combat, and then get your support item on first base. If you get the kill, you'll be getting it nice and fast, which is a pretty big bonus. And economy-wise, it doesn't slow you down much, but it does give you that extra staying power in lane. That's something Rich Gang will no doubt look to abuse here. Greg will also take far less poke with the Doran Shield. That health regen every time he gets to land. Small bit of damage from a Thorn Spitter or from an auto attack.
I also just love that Zyra is the counter to Mal in game
man.
because
how do you beat trees?
Yeah,
Ivy.
But it's also like a very fitting sentiment in terms of lore because like they are mortal enemies essentially. So like I really like that. I like when things like that match up. You know, it works out nicely, and we'll see how this one plays out. But I do have a bit of faith in the Rich Gang bot lane. I feel like they've come up with a lot of unique setups and ways to play the lane that gives them kind of that flexibility where I'm like, you know what? I feel like you kind of got the answer to a lot of things. And talking about the answer, well, people don't like playing against Zac, especially if he gets to scale. Stumpy saying, you know what, we're going to kick off this lane from the get-go with aggression and put them behind.
Fantastic all-in. Reminiscent of Season 2 Gangplank. It's stand in the bush. My level 1's better. Try and walk into lane. See what happens. On the far side, though, blue-white's getting the better of this bottom lane. Bit of a level 1 setup, and then do have the push and some Mystic shots in. It's gotta be feeling good. The Zyra going for the support item straight away. Normally doesn't choose to all in, but at the same time, going to be able to get that gold going a little bit faster.
Nice interaction then. Didn't realize you could jump away from the
Ezreal
ground.
gets to choose if he's done sometimes. It's a little bit fun. A little bit fun. Like Tristan, you know, it's only fair.
Is it? Is it
No,
only fair?
it's absolutely not fair. That's
Buffering? I don't know. I don't know if I love buffering. I think it depends. Jumping, it can be okay. Sometimes I'm just a bit like, you know.
That's just not fair. It's just not okay. Yeah, being able to buffer that one through. It does reduce the efficacy of the never move. Something I'm interested in right now. Sumi and Pomo still going at it in mid. Yone Azir, Elaine, we see time and time again. Pomo doing the dash in, that reduces the amount of damage he takes. And then you'll see he's traded evenly onto Sumi. There have been so many little micro interactions here. Yone does still win this one out in the all-in, especially post level 4. We'll see him essentially use his E cooldown as sort of fair trade onto Pomo to just get 100, 150 health. Do it 3-4 times as it can't stick around. It does start to put the Emperor of Shurima at a gold disadvantage. Here we go. There it goes. Full rotation. Pomo will try and use his E in trade, but at this stage, the damage too much.
Yeah, Yone, fun fact for the people at home, my least favorite champion to play against. I try my best. It's just such a menace. It's such a menace, man. It's such a menace. It's just dangerous. It causes problems. It's not dangerous. The spot lane for Blue Whites is doing what they have to do, right? You said they come in with the advantage and they are really pushing it. And I do wonder if Yone is look for this dive. It feels a little bit early, but there is potential. Greg now all on their own. Fruity Fresh not there. I do wonder if the trigger could get pulled here.
Greg got Fruity Fresh out. Fruity Fresh has ghosted back to lane. This is new tech. We'll talk about it after as the tree is rooted.
Ooh, Rue gonna come through. Nice movement, but not gonna be enough. Snurby able to just tank that last shot, and they're able to walk away. And the Maokai just not able to do enough.
Is not in as much trouble as we'd have thought there. Ghosting back. His support has fallen, but in the dive, Blue Whites weren't able to erase the wave behind the tower. So it's still going to be there. It's still going to be in a decent position for Fruity Fresh. It's not going to... It might even push in before Snoomy gets back to lane. We'll have a look at how that goes. Not a maneuver I've pulled in bot lane this season. But using the Ghost into lane is almost as effective as teleport. It's kept him on that wave. The CS is still even despite a forced base. And while Greg did fall, if Rich Gang were able to get the double base off there, that would be completely unpunished.
You know, I really like actually the Blue Whites went for that play, right? I think Yone's getting those aggressive plays early on is kind of the keystone for Vi. I feel like often I see these early jungle picks, things like the Xin Zhao, and they just don't get enough done early on. So going for those early dives, getting that level 4, getting your presence seen on the map, really, really important, and I want to see more of it.
It's the win condition, right? You can just full clear and scale. It's very risk averse, but at the same time, it wastes your pick's potential in being able to generate those advantages. Talking of things that generate advantages, Brand doesn't do grubs like everyone else. This might be old news, but maybe you're not into Brand jungle. You wouldn't have seen this before. That's lots of passive procs and a very fast grub takedown for Rich Gang.
Very fast indeed. Last one gonna fall down. That's 3-0 already on the map. We'll have to keep tabs on that one because if the side of Rich Gang do return for that 6, the potential for pushing goes up exceptionally, as now Dragon is going to be the trade for Yones, but will they be able to actually keep this one? Because Sumi walking down, going to get the ward on, but bot lane does have priority. So I feel like Blue Whites should be pretty secure in the fact that they can take this, but Pomo needs to be careful to not lose too much HP in this process, as they are being aggressed on. There is the knock-up, and Sumi looking for more, but Pomo able to glide their way to safety.
Yeah, good call on gliding over the wall. Holds flash as well, waiting for Sumi's ultimate doesn't come through. It's a late cross map from Blue Whites, but they did wait to do this properly. They waited for their bot lane to be pushed in. They waited for mid to not be able to respond. Sumi too many minions in mid to ignore. And with that, they'll go one-on-one on objectives. Slight gold lead for Blue Whites, I think, from that kill in the bot side especially. And then they've got an objective that will allow them to scale a little bit harder with stuff like the Ezreal. It's like the inverse of Smolder. So you want to use the priority, you want to use that new lane power to generate those objectives with or without your jungler's immediate interference. So we're not thinking a big clock like Smolder, but we are trying to keep the energy up, trying to keep the pace up, or the Ezreal will fall behind.
Level 6 coming in for Fruity Fresh does make the lane a little bit harder to gank. It makes them a little bit more dangerous in those extended fights as well. So definitely starting to amp up their damage. As Snurmy quite happily just pushing these waves in again. As on the top side, maybe Yones could get in on this. I feel like Stumpy though is a little bit too strong at the moment for the 2v1.
It's a risky one. If Voluxa or Jonas goes low, they will fall immediately to the ultimate. I think the Cell Division's still available, so it wouldn't be the end of the world, but an extended and risky 2v2 on an open map that won't be necessary. Do you want to try and see Jonas use this ultimate on mid, breaking the Yone, and getting gold over to the Azir would be a huge win for Blue Whites right now.
Yone, notorious for being able to buffer their own stuff as well. So, we'll see if that is the play. But right now they're going to be going aggressive once again. And Sumi just very comfortable in this matchup, right? We've seen them play it many times before. They look good on this Yone, and they are just putting that pressure once again. And I'm kind of thinking about the next objective, right? Obviously, we've got Dragon coming up in 3 minutes, but the Grub's on the table. Is that something that Blue Whites have to fight for?
I'd like to see them try. I think they're at the stage where fist fighting is completely fine, and an all-in, unless Sumi nails absolutely everything. Not the worst for the Azir at this stage. Homo in this trade and last trying to force as much damage back onto Sumi as possible. I think he's trying to hold on for a teleport or some assistance as Voluxa is channeling.
Voluxa is there. Elastic Slingshot going to come through. Will slow the escape for Sumi as they do manage to get themselves caught in that fate sealed. But
getting the ult out there is huge. Homo can't just be snap engaged upon. Sumi can't threaten like he did on that last dragon approach. And you're right, with those grubs coming up, that is now on Rich Gang's mind. Their approach slightly worse. They're all in, significantly weakened.
Oh, W Veloxa. That's a massive win for Blue Whites. Is right now Sumi just going to clear out that wave, up a decent bit in CS. As something to be said for the top side. Somebody is having a pretty good game at the moment, but on that bot side, we are seeing similar returns for Tsunami.
Alright, let's see. He gets moving up. Match
that's not your lane, he gets. Where are you going?
The vines are spreading. Ariel, that's how they do. Wouldn't mind seeing Greg trying to force something through on bottom here. Would be difficult. In fact, no, the entirety of Rich Gang moving up. They're going to be a little late to the party, but they're bringing everyone.
But I like this coming out of Blue Whites, right? We talked about them wanting to use their early aggression. They've done so. They stopped the 6. We'll see if they do go for the stopping the 5 as well. As Stumpy caught out, they're going to have to flash away, but he gets having to use a lot to secure that. As now Broder going to step forward, and 5 is still a pretty good take for Rich Gang.
Yeah, not bad at all. Blue Whites a little overextended. They're going to walk away. They're not going to risk giving over extra gold, believing they cannot secure the objective. And it's a reasonable call. Snoomy in this bottom side getting a plate. They're not totally disadvantaged. Wouldn't have minded them trying to get those through before Broder arrived, and then could potentially have gotten away with denying the buff over. Urgot will still have a great time with more pushing power, more time under the tower.
All right, let's have a talk about tempo, okay? Because we talked about. Oh, hold on one sec though. Sumi going to go aggressive, but he gets is there as well, and Pomo now making him pay for this. Flash is going to be burned for Sumi to save their life, and a nice aggression from Blue Whites there, once again forcing the Yone into a 2v1. They go to engage, and I want to talk about tempo, right? What are we kind of assessing for Rich Gang Blue Whites? Who needs to pick it up? Who needs to just keep it consistent?
Rich Gang have gotten away with it so far. But Blue Whites have generated, they've traded up on mid twice now. It was Veluxa's presence for an ultimate. It was Pomo's ultimate for Sumi's flash. They haven't capitalized on it yet. They are late to their own dragon play. So a little bit concerned about Blue White's ability to do anything with it.
Ooh, the Honors might have caught themselves out and didn't manage to get the dragon either, and now sent themselves to their grave. A little bit late to the dragon, as you said, and it's costly for them.
Yeah, Rich Gang move first, which is some people's definition of tempo. With the cooldowns, I really think Blue White should have seen that coming. They should have been there a bit faster. But Rich Gang, they've moved first twice. They've been unapologetic in their retakes on objectives, looking at second grubs especially. And yeah, they are running away with it right now. Only 1,000 gold lead. But it's going to be hard for Pomo, even with this grasp of the Undying on the Azir, to stand up in side lanes. Want to see Blue Whites make a move. Ideally. A small invade would be great. onto a buff brand, reasonably resilient to invades, but still, he's only just a jungler.
And I feel like they started off so well as well. Like I feel like Blue Whites, obviously we're not counting them out, it's still very early on. Only 1k gold lead between the two.
They had the level 1-2 in bot. They had mid lane stabilized. It's been played very well by both players.
Yep.
This Korean one-trick pony challenger build that spread through LCK and now NLC Division 2. Truly a worldwide phenomenon. I am going to have to give it a go sometime.
Yeah, indeed. Tell me how it goes. I
So-
think the sentiment for me is that Blue Whites, they start off well, but then they haven't capitalized on the aggression that they got.
We're
right?
off
As
the
we
train.
said, mid lane, forced out, couple issues there, here and there, but then wasn't re-ganked in a way that kind of forced them into some kills, maybe some tower plates coming out for the Azir. However, I also want to see a little bit more from Jonas, right? I feel like the Vi, really good start, beautiful dive, gets 1 kill, gives a bit of a lead, but then we haven't seen too much since. There's just been a lot of power farming, and for me, it starts to not have like alarm bells, I'd say, maybe that's a little bit over the top, but there's that starting
Tension.
to seep of worry. Yeah, it's a bit like, ooh, we're not seeing a lot from them, and they are a little bit more early game in my mind than the side of Rich Gang. If they don't start picking up this tempo, especially with Rich Gang getting a couple kills there, it is starting to make that kind of win slowly disappear into the night.
Yeah, it's the erosion of like their ability to keep playing the game. And you're right, it's slow, it's gentle, and frustrating if you don't find a big play or something to go around. So talking of which, engage onto mid.
Here we go. Solonbite is going to take him back as well. Yone's waiting for the Yone. There's the uppercut. And that will be the kill sent. And Pomo now scooping Bruder back into the lane. Can they find this one as well? A little bit of distance needs to be covered, but Pomo able to get a couple soldiers here. As Yone is slowly trying to take the cut off from Broda, who is just waiting. Does have cooldowns ready. I think will definitely go down at some point as Veluxa going to assure the kill. No chance to sacrifice yourself to the turrets.
Flash as well just before Rift Herald. If we were talking about tempo not being moving first and being cooldowns, that's all of them for Broda. It's only holding his ultimate, and while Sumi will get back out onto the map with his teleport to represent Rich Gang in front of this Herald, this should be Blue White's to lose.
Indeed, Veluxa. And it's pretty nice rotations in this game, I will say. Shout out to the Zac on top lane. Able to do quite a bit for the team, roaming mid, roaming into that play onto the brand as well. And now potentially giving them a bit of an advantage, right? We wanted to see it. We got it straight away. I'm really happy. I'll see if Blue Whites keep that tempo up as John is going to go straight for this Rift Herald, but not uncontested. Rich Gang are starting to mobilize, but it is actually a 4 versus 3, and they're even bringing up Snurmy as well. So I think Rich Gang might decide, you know what? This one isn't the best to take.
Jonas should be able to get over the wall. Flash committed as well to ensure safety of the jungler. And that is Blue Whites picking up the objective after an extended play in mid. They did play with their food. They let Broda die very slowly. And that extra time without Rich Gang's jungler on the map gets them the objective nice and quick.
Talking about objectives, Stumpy is looking for this first tower. We'll be able to get it, but for what cost? Yones in the top side. A lot of damage is going to go down. Ultimate is used, but it's not going to be enough. And Blue Whites once again find another kill. Can they turn it into more?
The lead in gold. Completely extinguished now. Rich Gang neutral with Blue Whites. And we're just building tension. We're still going slowly. Dragon up in 1:40. So teams fighting nice and early over the vision on this objective. Like Snurmy going forwards, playing with the arcane shift, the confidence. Maybe he can get out of danger. We're at a bit of a stall point, J-Ro. We're entering the lull soon. Something I haven't thought about for a hot minute. Blue Whites have kept up, but they're just neutral. They've got all their tools coming up. We've got flashes available on 4 members, ultimates on 4 as well. A pre-fight on this dragon, if they continue to have priority and bot and push in, probably the way to do it.
And I don't dislike a small lull state, right? We've got Dragon coming up in a minute, so I think that there will be a little bit of positioning, a little bit of potential fighting in the near future, but it's also still quite early on. I think the next 10 minutes for me is really where I see like Blue Whites have to keep that tempo going, right? If they slow down, grind to a halt, Rich Gang, it becomes more and more favorable to them, right? Especially with Stumpy starting to become a little bit more of a threat as well, because Veloxa might be able to move around the map and help the team, but isn't seemingly able to stop Stumpy on this rampage.
Yeah, not the anti-push, but only that will have to be Pomo in time. He has a very tanky. This is 20 seconds until Dragon Ridge game. I think he got this one for free.
Yeah, and I like, like you said, they will have to move top lane in time. Well, the time is now, and they pick up that kill very easily. But at what cost? As you said, they have given up this potential onto Dragon. There also is a bit of push pressure in the mid lane as well. So they're going to drop that Herald. They will trade towers, or maybe even only get towers, because Zara is doing quite a pretty good job of stopping the push from Sumi. They will definitely get one, and they might even look for the charge on the second.
Definitely worth it. By riding the Rift Help does a lot more damage. Tigonis will push that one in. The Mountain Dragon, pretty valuable here, but with the Dragon's being split so early on, Sumi threatening here, probably shouldn't go for that all-in as far extended on his own. Neither team is going to push solo 4-0.
Oh, no way. They've been called under the tower. They will be able to Emperor's Divide to get the distance, and they take the tower, so no more shots will come through. Pomo and Yona's going very low, though, and now Stumpy chasing up. Will be able to pick up one. The canister can be found as a fight in mid is occurring, and Fruity Fresh going absolutely massive grabs back he gets, and this is multiple kills out of absolutely nowhere from Rich Gang.
Snowmy going down there with flash up. Don't know if he just slightly mis-executed maybe on an arcane shift. Oh, Pomo. Oh, no. Oh, dragged across the floor. Blue Whites shattered in the mid game. Sumi taking that late all-in, cascading through mid. Fruity Fresh. Summoner's down, so can only assume it was Maokai into Flash Ghost forwards. It was enough.
Fear Beyond Death, one of the most scary ultimates in the game.
Man, it's always
you get
a
little bit too low. Goodbye.
It's a jump scare. I think I'm getting away with it. I'm a player who likes to play to the bottom of my health bar, and I'm punished for it every single time.
And it's a pretty long range skill shot as well. So
it is. Normally it comes out of a bush when I'm playing jungle. I'm just like, oh no.
Oh, it's at that moment he realized he was dead.
He knew. He knew. Oh. Difficult position for Blue Whites. We were talking about how they'd managed to stay in this, how they'd managed to hold on, generate tempo and some great trades. They can be proud of their early game. It's not converting at this stage.
And I liked your analogy on it. I liked your analogy a lot on it because I think it reigns true. It feels like Blue Whites, they're hitting those small jabs. You know, they're working in the combos.
Yeah.
But Rich Gang are just coming with that big hook. And every time it's hitting Blue Whites and it's taking them back to even. It's pushing them back again. And it's how many punches can they throw? Can they start to line up that again? Can they get those small victories once more and push Rich Gang back? Or Rich Gang's still going to keep landing these heavy hits?
Yeah, I feel Blue Whites have really only got one or two more in them. After that, taking down Fruity Fresh is going to start to be an insurmountable task. He doesn't need to run forwards over Zyra ult at that stage. There's going to be a time at which Blue Whites have to throw cooldowns just for him walking up on a wave. And that's the war of attrition they can't win.
I'm talking about attrition as well. Stumpy, I think, adds to that. Being that side lane threat, giving them that 4-1 potential, especially. They could even go 1-3-1 with Sumi, who has also become quite a bit of a problem in that 1v1. So it does feel like Rich Gang have the options to play around with, right? And it's the thing that we talked about.
To such a degree, they've sent Stumpy bot on Baron without teleport, just to send him into the Zac. They saw Veluxa on the wave. They've sent Stumpy against him. They want to push any side lane, any wave. Sumi, the victim of a bit of overextension as a result of the read.
Ooh, but might be able to get away. Just get the dodge out and able to just juke out of the fight. Oh my days, Sumi will go down, but what a display.
Yeah, holds on for a long time, and the rest of Rich Gang now coming up. Fruity Fresh won't get that small pick on the side. That was it. That was a quick adaptation. Blue White should be pretty proud of it. Rich Gang running away. Looks are going for the teleport to engage. A little bit too in your face, perhaps.
Yeah, what is this teleport happening? Like, right now Rich Gang just running away. Just like, yeah, maybe we should just walk out of this one. But Baron is going to be starting from blue white. I'm a little bit surprised that they're so bold in doing this. I guess Sumi is down, does have TP though, so in 10 seconds it will be a 5v5. As Stumpy not going to land that ultimate, and that could be pretty crucial as Yone going low, but Greg can't do the damage. They're both so low. Someone do the damage. Broda will finally pick up 1 kill. And one might be able to get away as Pomo, trying to run for free refresh, will just about get to safety underneath their tower, as we see Veloxa also taken down by Sumi.
This is the difficulty. Blue Whites have to work so much to push their lead that even in a 4v5 where they picked out Rich Gang's mid laner, they aren't able to make the dream happen. And in the fight, there's a word I'm looking for here. It's gone. It's gone. In the chaotic team fight, the sort of simplified game state, they can't get through Fruity Fresh. They can't break the Swain, who commands the Baron pit. And with Sumi teleporting in, they stand no chance in a straight up fight.
And now it's time for another dragon. Mountain Drake is spawning, and we talked about how dangerous they can be. You talk about dangerous, Bomo, you need to be careful around Fruity Fresh. You do not want to be getting grabbed by the Nevermore and set up by Greg, who is throwing the white flag out there. Not necessarily the emoji I was expecting them to show, but hey, you know what? Sometimes it works out. The Stumpy just chunking Veloxa as well. Really starting to hit hard with the corrosive charge, and that tower also not got much life left in it. As Dragon is going to be threatened here, and it feels like Rich Gang are just saying we don't even need to go for it right now. As Vic from Beyond Death just eviscerates Veloxa.
Brutal in the side lane. The Zac cannot stand up. He is not a split pusher unless the other side laner is Cassante, is another tank without immediate kill threat. And even then, Cassante not the greatest example because it does generate kill threat against that. Into this Urgot, we said we needed the Azir assigned. With teleport up, he was not there ahead of the play. Blue Whites recall him into top lane, and with that numbers disadvantage, they've lost out all across the map. They've lost part of their own jungle quadrant. That blue vision so strong out here. Yones will get his camps, but there are 7 wards covering that quadrant. There is nothing that Blue Whites can do to approach their own bottom lane.
And I think, again, it's very similar to the game we casted just a minute ago, right? With the gold lead is only 2k, right? Yeah. Maybe even 2.5 if you want to be picky about it. But it's not a lot of gold difference, but the scaling difference is crazy, right? Because Yones is starting to fall off. Snowby doesn't necessarily have the damage to contend with some of these other carries in the game. And it's starting to look like Pomo is going to have to be the hero and do it all. And I just feel like that's unfair.
He's on Grasp of the Undying. This is a Survivor's Azir build. It goes into things that give you a tough time in lane because you want the shuffle, you want the utility, you want a reasonably strong side laner. This is not the 1v5 Azir shuffle pentakill setup.
Wait, what is going on?
This is a crazy Baron setup that Rich Gang have spotted.
they ulted for that. He gets just ulted for that play.
Yeah, the damage extra from Lilia, from Zyra ultimate. Yep. That's not even close, chat. I'm just very tired.
It's a long day. It's a long day. Not League of Legends.
It's been such a long day. Loads of League, loads of fun. I've had some great weather down here. I've walked maybe 6 miles at work.
Ooh.
Yeah, about 6 miles top speed. Lots has been done. Lots has been achieved. Like, Rich Gang have achieved the translation of their wards from that East Quadrant enemy blue side over to this Baron. It's in their sights. It's the next thing. The 3-minute long worm would lead them straight into a Mountain Dragon Soul. This is bread and butter macro, objective, chain to objective. They're looking to push their lead and close out the game if they keep this up.
And the split push is still staying strong. Stumpy quite happy just to keep forcing it down on that bot lane, putting pressure once again and just making Veluxa's life not particularly fun. But Blue Whites, they got to try and find a way, right? They've got to try and find something to win the back. If they can get a pick on maybe one of RG's carries.
I think if they get into the vision, if they allow Zyra ult to be the carpet on which Jonas can take someone out. It'll work.
Ooh,
Homo, the
Sumi is
victim
coming
himself.
through. Hello. Homo is caught out and will go down. And Sumi able to get out of there. Greg now just walking away. Not going to be in too much trouble as Fruity Fresh stepping forwards. Mermy able to survive as Jonas also backing out. But Veluxa going into the fight here. Going to bounce their way out. And I would say that's a pretty good idea because that Swain is looking pretty dangerous.
Stumpy, in the meantime, was teleported away from. Will crack this inhibitor tower with his Hull Breaker, allowing him a little extra damage. Surmi might ding the wave, but it's nothing against an empowered Hull Breaker set.
And it's one after the other. Now they're going to go on to the Baron. He gets getting jumped on by Sumi. The flash to follow. The damage is there. And goodbye to the support. And it looks like the Baron will be next. Greg might need to swap out who's tanking that one. And so we are going to see a little bit more damage done. Jonas is in the vicinity, though. Can we get the hero steal? Stumpy is trying at all costs to stop this one, as Jonas going to have to run for the hills now. Being taken down, flipped over his Pomo, who immediately disappears. And Snami trying to survive, but we saw it. Fear from Beyond Death was there, but they already died. Broda with the damage, and Baron is surely now Rich Gangs.
Yeah, the presence to hold off their Rich Gang. Dropped the Baron even though it was just above 3k. Absolute patience to come off, do it properly, catch out Jonas on the hero decider, having to run as 5 members of Rich Gang turn it around. Despite Blue White's best efforts, and this is a much closer game than that scoreline at the top would give away, they haven't managed to make it. This is Baron into Dragon Soul, into a setup around Blue White's base that they will struggle to come forwards from. The composition with the tank Azir, with the Zyra support, needs to know where the threats are coming from. They need to manage them as they come forwards. Rich Gang, unmanageable, untamable, uncontrollable as they dash forwards.
Right now, Rich Gang, they're just pushing the pedal. They don't even care about the dragon because here goes Sumi straight into the back line. Will be able to get out of there just about alive. Their turret shots almost doing their work. As in the back side of the fight, Jonas trying to make things happen, but not being successful. Will finally go down, and Fruity Fresh now quite happy just stepping forward, able to force back Blue Whites, and the poke raining in is too much. Dragon now on the cards as Stumpy once again causing problems in the base.
Yeah, part team fight, part infrastructure attack from the Surgot. It's everywhere, everything, and all at once. It's becoming more and more difficult for Blue Whites. I think that at least they'll get this T1 tower down. They don't have any vision to follow it up with right now. Sumi should probably not be able to reach Snurmy.
Oh, was able to get there.
The wall. Why would you click? Oh, never mind. That's desperation from Snurmy, and I think he knew it.
Yeah, and Stumpy. I feel like every time we play with Stumpy, it's just them pushing waves and them being a problem. And it's just like, yep, that split push top lane is just always a problem. He's just going to keep doing this all game, no worry.
Cool, calm, and comfortable in his side lane. Like Jay, you're new to top lane this year. Have you got into that vibe where you know?
I am that. I play Alawi. I am that problem.
Yeah. You're in the side lane. You're chilling. You're watching everyone else making big macro moves, big cooldowns, big ults, big team fight. You're just like, hey, the tower's nearly dead. This is so much fun. I love this.
Don't worry, guys. I've almost got the inhib.
It's like, yeah, I'm on my own. I'm unbothered. I'm in my lane. Still in my lane. It's 45 minutes. I'm still in my lane.
All I know is top lane. Yeah, it's.
So what do you mean there's a jungle? There's a barrier there. I'm not allowed.
I've heard of this bot lane, you know, but apart from that one, I don't know. Like,
sometimes I teleport and change lanes, but I'm staying in that lane.
No, it's a fun way to play, and I feel like if you're the winning top laner, it's a great time. If you're Veloxa in this game, it's not so fun. You know, Stumpy is just like, brother, can you just leave the lane? But he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. He's going to stay there forever. He'll keep pushing. And I am a little bit surprised Rich Gang didn't go for more of a surge with the Baron. I guess securing the dragon was a big win for them. as assuming it's going to be jumped on. And now this could actually be the end of days, as Veluxa is going to bounce. Greg taking quite a bit of damage, but there is the knock. There's the fate sealed, and multiple members are going to be knocked up, and one is taken down. Pomo with the Emperor's Divide, but it does not catch anyone. And Fruity Fresh now stepping forward. They're Nevermore not going to catch, but it doesn't need to. The burn is there. The team is being walked down. The Swain is taking them to Pain Town, and it looks like they're all going to go down. Another kill secured. Cell Division is up, but it's just a matter of time. The towers are the focus, and that is going to be the game. Rich Gang, #1 in the league.
Blue Whites had a reasonable start. They tried their hardest. That's a composition that maybe had too many conditions. Leaves them falling to Rich Gang. Going first. No mean feat in NLC2 where things look so much more competitive. Top, middle, and bottom of the table. This was a close game. We saw Blue Whites it wasn't like, they're winning from game. Blue Whites executing on early lane advantages. Not quite able to convert. They're going to go back to the drawing board. That's going to be a banger in playoffs.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because I'm pretty sure, I don't know if we can say they are both for sure in just yet. I think numbers
the odds of these teams, I'm not going to do the maths. The odds of these two teams not being heavily represented in playoffs.
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Yeah. Very, very unlikely. But I'm excited to see them play again, right? I think these two teams definitely standing up. I think they are looking super, super strong. I think there's a couple teams that could potentially contest them a little bit later on down the line. But all in all, very powerful. I think Rich Gang, once again, just proving that they are a very good team. Very consolidated, very good on the unit. And I feel like Blue Whites, again, I think, for me personally, the comp kind of hamstrung them a bit. I think a little bit of a different change here and there. Maybe it opens them up for more potential.
I think just using the tempo and getting the vision out. I think the line was there. The intent was true. It would have worked quite nicely. But I think there were one or two setups where it's like, yeah, they've won it. They've won the micro objective. There's 40 seconds to go. Time to hit recall. Time to get in there all together. And Rich Gang have completed the heist, money over their shoulder, and they're away. It was just that simple.
Indeed. Well, we are going to throw it to a quick break, and we actually have confirmation that RG have locked playoffs before we go. So, let me tell you, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be joined by Fruity Fresh. And we are back once again. A strong clash of the Titans, but it only ends one way. Rich Gang pick up the win. And with that, we're going to bring in Fruity Fresh for an interview. So welcome in Fruity Fresh, the Reading Soul player himself.
Hello.
And I got to ask the first question. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Is there any team in the league that can beat you?
Not really. I don't think so.
Nice. The confidence overwhelming. I think it's fair to say you've earned it. If you had to pick one, though, I'm going to push you. Who in playoffs would you like? You'd pick the other team for round one, just so you know, to keep it smooth, because you're going to crush them anyway. But you want like a gentle curve.
Yeah, I mean, although we crushed Blue Whites today and the other time, I think they're still a strong competitor. I think they just need to figure out their draft a bit more, and there's slight mistakes in the gameplay, but like I think they're still a really strong team compared to other teams in NLC Div 2.
Yeah, it's the fruitiest answer possible. It's just like, you know, they're close. I guess it's possible. When it comes to season 14, we're seeing lots and lots of changes. Is that the biggest driver between like Aurelion, Soul Bot, Swain Bot? Have the new items like reinvigorated those picks? Or is this just the line for you forever? Is this always going to be an undercurrent of threat?
Not really. I'd say the new season was a nerf overall towards like the mage bot lanes, but after they removed the magic's resist start, so of course the laning is a bit more like better for them. But overall at the item section is like, I think for especially like a soul, like going Landry first, you get the mana and stuff. Then like with the old Landry, of course, it was like a really huge thing. But of course now they've changed things a bit. Like a soul got the mana buff, so you don't really need to build any mana items on it anymore. And it just stretches through everyone with only AP items.
So what we're saying is not even Riot Games can hold you down.
Yeah. Like the mages are gonna be there forever. It's just like pretty much I can flex a lot of picks. I can play many picks, and so like it's hard to draft against our team, I think.
Nice.
Fair enough. Okay, final question, and I don't know, a bit of a different one. They obviously say quite famously, more money, more problems. You guys are Rich Gang. Are you feeling that expression applies to you, or do you feel like a bit of a different expression needs to be made?
I mean, yeah, we're the Rich Gang. We're rich, right? And we're winning the league, getting a lot of prize money from the league, so
no problems.
So no problems. That is what we're hearing right now. And with that being said, Free Fresh, thank you very much for coming through. Anyone that you want to shout out? Any final words you want to say before we let you go?
My team for sure. Like we're doing really good. We had some issues midway to split here, and then we like reviewed them and fixed them. And now everybody is doing really good job. Also, the management is doing really good job, and like we're working really well together. And I think we're gonna win this league.
That's a smooth, positive gameplay experience. It just makes a fantastic playoffs and a good run for Division 1.
Yeah,
indeed. Thank you very much for coming through, and congratulations on taking top spot of the league. And we'll see if you guys stay there for the rest and even through playoffs. But with that being said, Deborah, that is it. That is the end. That is the end of the stream. We've had 5 games on the stream. We casted 2. Any final words from yourself?
Well done, everyone. Those are some high quality games. You never know at this stage in the season. You know, this is make or break time. It seems a lot of people are making it. Even if you're not getting wins on the board, it's not the end of the world. It's 6th or bust for playoffs. From there, it's just the series you have to play, the series you have to win. Improving your own gameplay now, more important than like chalking off W's and smashing people. Coming into playoffs, stale, rusty. The level of play in NLC2 is so exciting right now. I wasn't expecting this tonight. I was expecting, you know, wheels coming off carriages, explosions, clear frustrations. Everyone at this level is trying so hard. This is a generation of players we're going to have to keep a close eye on as we track them through the rest of the EMEA regional leagues and beyond.
Indeed. And that is it all from us. Shout out to our producer, obviously Casual Cutie, for keeping us
Zoe,
on
you
your
champion.
screens. Absolute legend. And we're going to let them have a bit of sleep. But for now, that is all from us. If you want to keep up with some more NLC Div 2, make sure you follow NLC on Twitter, and you can catch us back here on Friday.
Good night.